Welcome everybody to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Challenger Cup, and we are cracking on straight away with the round number one. As you can see, we have 128 players here today, and we're starting off with some Duel. This is going to be my first time casting Yu-Gi-Oh! Thank you very much to Konami for having me. This is a hashtag sponsored stream, so thank you very much for Konami having me. Really excited to be here. It's a really exciting moment for me. First time casting Yu-Gi-Oh! I actually only started playing Yu-Gi-Oh! a week ago, so we're going to be learning quite a bit as we go here. And I'm looking forward to talking with people in the chat here about exactly what is going on with these decks and trying to get to grips with some of these meta decks for the first time. Really excited to see. Got some the ghost spells being played that counter. Let me know in the chat and in the comments what you think the winning deck is going to be this weekend. I'm going to turn that audio down on the game there and turn myself up. That sounds like a good move. I have a feeling you might not have been able to hear me, but welcome everyone. This is the Yu-Gi-Oh! Challenger Cup. My name here is Speci, Joe Curley. First time casting Yu-Gi-Oh! And I'm really excited for this. Thanks again to Konami for having me on this sponsored stream. The Friendsmith comes down from the extra deck. Of course, this is turn one for Graviox here. Up against Luigi. It's 128 players in this tournament as the Fiendsmith Engraver now comes through with that 1,800 attack points, 2,400 defense points, and it's been placed down in defense position. Definitely let me know what deck you think is going to win this tournament. Really excited to be watching some Yu-Gi-Oh! This afternoon here, at least afternoon in England time. Let me know where you're watching from in the world, as we are going to see that Fiendsmith Requiem come in. Fiendsmith, a very powerful deck in the meta currently, as the Neko Quip Princess now comes from the Fusion deck. You might think that's all. That is certainly not all, as more things now, as the Fiendsmith Engraver now comes through in defense position. Of course, in Yu-Gi-Oh! The first turn these days, a lot of different combos are going to be taking place. We did see that bell come through from Luigi as a hand trap. Might have been the only trap they had in hand available, or hand trap type card. Yes, my first time here casting Yu-Gi-Oh! I played my first Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament just a week ago. I've been working on a video series where I learned to play Yu-Gi-Oh! In a very short period of time. I played at regionals. I went 0-3, but this is the next stage in my career as a Yu-Gi-Oh! Player, trying to understand and cast some of these really high level games, and I'm really excited for it. But only one card left in hand now for Graviox. Do they have any counters? They've got the Wave High King Caesar down on the board. It's going to be the Lightning Storm. Destroy all attack position monsters your opponent controls. They have no face-up monsters. That's a great start there for Luigi. All of that work Graviox puts in, seemingly denied as Dora now comes through. That's going to allow them to add a level 4 or lower fire dragon monster from their deck to their hand. That Lightning Storm. It's a card that I had in my deck last week. Very powerful. Of course, Master Duel, no side decks, but this is a slightly different format than you might be used to for Master Duel, and we're going to talk a little bit more about that as we continue today. 128 players, as we are going to see Dora. It's going to be the Maxi. Was that a Maxi that came through there on the opposite side? As the Superstar Slayer Typhon Sky Crisis, as a special is set, possibly a trap. It's going to be 2,400 straight into the life points of Graviox. Main phase 2, end phase completed. What does Graviox have now up their sleeve? It's going to be the Crimson Tears. It's going to be shuffled into the deck, and out comes that Fiendsmith Requiem. We saw it in the last turn, and we're seeing it again now. the standby phase, the main phase 1. I can't imagine we're going to be going straight to the battle phase here. Graviox is going to need to try and get some board control in this turn, as the Fiendsmith will be tributed. And it's going to be a special summoned Fiendsmith from either the hand or deck. You'd, of course, prefer to have it from the deck, and you'd rather have other cards in hand to use those for other things. But you might not always have such a luxury to do so. Some definite thinking for Graviox at this juncture. Time to pause. Time to evaluate. Time to decide what their best move is. And that is the longest thinking we've seen from either player so far. The longest time spent. And it's the Lacrima, the Crimson Tears, that comes back out. It was special summon, so a Fiendsmith card can be sent from your deck to the graveyard. 5,100 life points still for Graviox. It's still that 8,000 for Luigi. It's my first time seeing the Master Duel client as well for spectating this. It's really smooth. Pretty impressed so far. That Engraver's back. It is going to be down on the board. And of course, if there was to be that Lightning Blast again from Luigi in hand, it wouldn't be able to be used because they do have cards on the board. But there is that spell. It's the Super Polymerization. Discard one card and summon one fusion monster from your extra deck, using monsters from either field as fusion material. That could be disastrous for Graviox, as it seems as though the Super Polymerization is going to be used on Graviox's cards, and suddenly that board that had been built up by Graviox has been absolutely countered, as the wings, the Gora Wings of Resonant Life, is down, and it looks like to be a very strong position now for Luigi. 6.0, the standby phase, the main phase. Will they be adding even more attacking power onto their board? They certainly will, with the Tenpai Dragon, that 1,700 attack points. Of course it's going straight into attack position. It would be crazy to put it in defense mode in this spot. Is that going to be enough? Well, with Sangan Kaiman, they're going to be able to apply one effect of choice, and that's the concession from Graviox. A dominant game 1 for Luigi, and Luigi went second here in this one, so that was pretty damn impressive. Now let me just confirm exactly the plan for now. If we're hopping into another game, it is a best of 3, so we're going to be sticking on with Luigi. A lot of people for Master Duel might not be familiar with that best of 3 format, but that is exactly what we're doing. So we're going to try and stick on board with Luigi and Graviox here, as far as I'm aware. Just going to double check that for you. Just getting that absolutely verified for you before we move on. So it's a new format for the Master Duel Challenger Cups. Best of 3. Still no sideboard though. Of course, the TCG does have that sideboard. That's something I experienced last week. Which means all those cards we saw in game number 1 are going to be the exact same things for game number 2 and game number 3. Here we go. From now. So Luigi has decided to go second. Very, very interesting. We saw Graviox go first in game 1. Perhaps it was actually Luigi that decided on that, preferring to go second. I've not seen that often actually in Yu-Gi-Oh! In my limited experience so far, I've always been advised go first. Admittedly, the deck I've been playing is a Blue Eyes Primite deck, and I think that deck is particularly weak going second. But Luigi, I mean, you saw the dominance going second with that Super Polymerization, that Lightning as well. So we see the Fiendsmith's Tract come through. Add one light fiend monster from your deck to your hand, and then discard one. There's only 2 cards available. It's going to be that Fabled Luri that enters the hand, but a card has to be discarded, and sure enough, it's that Fabled Luri. If it is discarded, you can special summon it. It might only have 200 attack points and 400 defense points, but underestimating this card is a recipe for disaster, as we're soon to find out, as it has now been tributed. And if I'm not mistaken from the extra deck, it's going to be the Fiendsmith Requiem. Am I right? Okay, come on guys, I'm getting there. I'm getting somewhere here. The usage rate at 19.3%. Let me know what that means. That's one I've not seen before. As the Requiem is also now going to be tributed. Welcome in everybody in the chat. If you're enjoying the YouTube live stream, give it a like. And make sure to get involved in the comments and in the chat. The Infinite Imperience comes through. And that is going to be that trap targeting one face-up monster and negate its effects. Wow. It hadn't been set, so it won't destroy. Because if you control no cards, you can activate this from hand. So it hadn't been set previously, so it was just a negation rather than also a destroy on that occasion. You can see the Ubel, the Phantom of Ubel there. It's going to be the Crimza, and now joining the party is that Fiendsmith Engraver. Not the first time we've seen that so far in this best of 3. Graviox back against the wall. They need to make the comeback here and get these next 2 games. And this next special summon, or this tribute summon, what is it going to be? It's going to be all important. It is going to be that Fiendsmith sequence now down on the board. 2 monsters, including a Light Fiend monsters. A Light Fiend monster were required to tribute it. Now they're going to fusion summon 1 Fiend monster from your extra deck by shuffling its materials from your graveyard into the deck. Shuffling cards from the graveyard into your deck to make a fusion sounds pretty powerful to me. We're past the days of just a normal polymerization. We've seen the super polymerization, and the Fiendsmith sequence got a similar ability here. But instead of using cards on the board or in hand, you're using cards from your own graveyard for the fun. Seems good to me. Luigi sitting tight with those 4 cards in hand, waiting patiently. We've already seen 1 hand trap from them played. Are they sitting on any others? The Aerial Eater now. If it's fusion summoned, 1 Fiend monster can be sent from the deck to the graveyard, and I have a feeling Graviox might be deciding to do that. They absolutely do. It's going to be that Samsara D Lotus, which is sent into the graveyard. And if they control Ubel and it's in the graveyard, you can add this card to your hand or special summon it. So it seems like a good choice to me. I lost to a Ubel deck last week. It was very difficult to contend with, and I didn't exactly have enough time in the tournament to read all the text on all the cards. Graviox now going to be using that Aerial Elite and the Fiendsmith's Engraver, I believe it's called, into the Unchained Soul Lord of Yama. 2,000 attack points. And if it's special summoned, 1 Unchained monster. But there we go, it's another hand trap. They've been waiting, Luigi, for the right moment, and it's that second Infinite Impermanence. Target 1 face-up monster your opponent controls. Negate its effects. They control no cards. You can see why Luigi decided to go second. They have a ton of tools in their deck to put in a performance going second. And suddenly that Unchained Soul Lord has had its abilities negated. But does Graviox have a response? It's going to be that Gruesome Grave Squirmer. If you control a Fiend, you can special summon it. Then you can destroy 1 Ubel or 1 monster that mentions it. Okay, here we go. Those 2 cards being tributed, and in comes the Unchained Soul of Rage, and the Gruesome Grave Squirmer will be banished. And that's going to special summon 1 Fiend monster. And that is going to be that Samsara that we looked at a little bit earlier on. But it's now being tributed for the Yubel. It's all go here. Graviox, despite those 2 hand traps from Luigi, seems to be standing tall. Does Luigi have anything up their sleeve, though, to deal with this? Of course, that Spirit of Yubel. It can't be destroyed by battle, and it takes no damage from battles. It is a absolute menace. It's the card the deck is named after. And we're about to see why. I'm about to see why. I'm excited to see why. By this point, I'd already lost when I played against Yubel last week. I'm loving the soundtrack in this game as well. Please let me know how the game audio is for you, or if you'd like me to turn it up a little bit, if you'd like me to turn it down. I am all ears. But in comes now the Nightmare Pain from Graviox. They're going to destroy 1 dark monster in hand or face up on the field. It is going to be that Spirit of Yubel. And if you do, add 1 Yubel or 1 card that mentions it from your deck. So perhaps I was mistaken. The Spirit of Yubel is just not quite as good as Yubel itself. I suppose Yubel itself is the card the deck is named after, because the deck is not called Spirit of Yubel. As far as I'm aware, it's called Yubel. But let us see. I definitely know that this is considered one of the best decks in the game by the community. The Spirit of Yubel is going to chain onto that. You can special summon a Yubel. There it is, the actual card the deck is named after, and it is Yubel. Can't be destroyed by battle. It takes no battle damage. It does all sorts of stuff. It is a powerhouse. The Spirit of Yubel's back in the mixer as well. The Phantom of Yubel is there just for good measure. Don't forget about the Unchained Soul. But you think that's it? Well, you would be mistaken. Graviox continues their very first turn in game number 2 here by summoning an absolute unit of a monster card. It is Varudras, the final bringer of the end times. And now it is Luigi's turn to respond. 4 cards in hand, 8,000 life points apiece for now. But how much longer that remains to be the case, I doubt it will be. But does Luigi have much up their sleeve? Let us see. In the last game, it was all so easy for Luigi. That lightning play has been played around by Varudras going into defense mode. We saw that is it Lightning Strike, I believe? Which can destroy all face-up attack position monsters if you control no cards. Well, Graviox has played around that, haven't they? On this occasion, with the final bringer of the end times in defense mode. Luigi, 6.0. There's been 5 before them, but just the 6th one that we're interested in this case. It's going to be Dora. And they're going to be able to add a level 4 or lower fire monster from their deck. Unless, of course, Graviox has something up their sleeve. 2 cards in hand available. Is there a way for Graviox to stop this play? And even if they do have a way to stop this play, do they want to try and save that card for later? Maybe this Dora is a little bait from Luigi, but no. It is going to be the Phantom of Yubel, which is going to be activated as a quick effect. It's going to be tributed. And that is going to... Wow, it's going to act... It turns the effect into your opponent destroys 1 Yubel monster in their hand, deck, or field. So basically it's a negation. Oh no, your opponent... It's not only a negation, but it's giving Graviox some extra firepower, I believe, with the Yubel engine. That is very, very fascinating. Let's see. Dora, once during your main phase, you can excavate the top card of your deck. And if it's a fire dragon monster, send it to the graveyard. And if you do, this card gains 1,000 attack for each Dora you control. Otherwise, place the excavated card on the bottom of your deck. So you're looking for that fire monster. But it has to be a fire dragon monster. Which I can imagine the odds of that aren't too high. So this is just Dora. It's not the main thing that we're looking to do. Graviox just negating that initial effect. But can Luigi high roll with the Dora? Even if they don't, they can put it on the bottom of their deck, and that might mean that they get a little bit closer to drawing into the card that they need. But time is of the essence, of course, when Graviox is staring you down with the Varudras and the Unchained Soul of Rage. It's all go here. The Dora That ability still being waited. Graviox considering their options if they want to respond. Maybe they just want to pretend that they might want to respond, you know. Make Luigi a little bit nervous. Keep them second guessing. Thank you very much, Fireball, for the follow. Welcome. Let me know, everybody, what deck do you think is going to win this tournament? The Max C is what we saw there. Don't think it was played, but rather used as a tribute somehow, which I didn't quite catch. But it's now going to be a huge fusion for the SP Little Knight. Okay, this is a card I played against, but it's the SP Little Knight that's been summoned by Graviox. The Lightning Storm, though. It's going to deal with the SP, but it's not going to deal with that defense position Vadras. And it's all go. Suddenly, the game has sparked into a huge bit of life with the chain, the resolve. And the negate comes through. And suddenly Luigi has no cards in hand. They went from 5 to 0. It's the end phase, and Graviox is going to draw a card. 3 cards in hand. Nothing at all for Luigi, as Graviox is now ready to put Varadras into attack mode. That decision to put it into defense position also important. The Fiendsmith Engraver is now the ability, and this is the interesting thing about this tournament with no side decks. Graviox is knowing that that is going to be a threat from Luigi, that lightning play, and they played around it much better, that lightning storm. Graviox saw it in game 1. Luigi might then have wanted to sideboard it out in game 2, as Graviox is going to know to play around it, but they don't, and they concede, and it's going to be a game 3 in the top 128 round, the first round of the day here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Challenger Cup with me. Hi guys, thanks for bearing with me here. Amoon says a Karibo deck will win it all. You know, Amoon, I'm going to go out on a limb and I'm going to say you're probably not right. But what do I know? Thank you very much for getting involved. It's great to see you, mate. I hope you're doing well. That was a fun game, but the excitement is barely just beginning, because we are about to go to the third and the final round of this best of 3. Luigi versus Graviox. As soon as that spectate button is ready, I will be clicking it and we will be jumping on board with the players. Graviox, Luigi. We've seen Luigi go second in every game so far. Will that change? That's going to be a fascinating moment to see. Oh, the board has changed. Luigi has decided to throw a spanner of the works, and they're going to be going first for the very first time as the Soul Resonator comes through. And it has been normal summoned, so a level 4 or lower fiend can be added to hand, except Soul Resonator. But it comes with that downside. You can't special summon monsters. Something. The Bone Archfield's been added into the hand. And it's going to be tributed, it seems. It's going to be coming down onto the board. This is a deck I've not seen before. I'm very much learning on the job here. But that was interesting to see Yubel do its thing. Luigi so far, all we really saw them doing was just controlling the board as the player going second, but going first, the onus is on them to do the business. And will Graviox have any responses of their own in hand? We are going to see both cards being tributed here, and in comes the Red Rising Dragon. It's been synchro summoned, so you can target one resonator monster in your graveyard and special summon it. And you know what that means? I actually don't know what that means, but we're about to find out. I imagine one of the cards that was just played is the Resonator. It was the Crimson Resonator, of course. The Soul Resonator, but which will it be? But we will see now that Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit hand trap. When a monster on the field activates its effects, quick effect, you can send this card from your hand or field to the graveyard and destroy that card on the field. Look at the plays from Graviox. That hand trap denial it's their turn to be the annoying one going second and try and control the board. We are going to see the Embella Oath come through. It's going to activate one of the effects, but now in comes the Centaur Iron Truder. During the main phase, if this card is a continuous trap, you can special summon it, and that is exactly what's happened. And it's going to have its level increased by 4. It's a level 8 monster, and now it's a trap. All right, fair enough. Yeah, these continuous trap cards that are like monsters and also trap cards is something I haven't got to grips with just yet. But I'm excited to see, and it's a nice little effect on the board, isn't it? Hello. Wake Up Centaur Ion is added to hand, and it's going to be played down. Level 8 was selected. So you declare level 4, level 8, and special summon something with that declared level. Seems good to me. Here we go. What's it going to be? What is Luigi building towards here? I'm excited to find out. It's the Centaur Ion Auxilla. Thank you, Syrian. I'm trying. I've got a lot of experience as a caster, but no experience casting Yu-Gi-Oh! Moreover, I don't have that much experience playing Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm getting there, though. We did a little tournament last week. It was actually a big tournament. It was a regionals. Unfortunately, you are listening to a caster that went 0-3. So, I'm doing my best out here. Usually, when I'm casting games, I like to have the highest possible game knowledge. Today is a very different challenge for me, but it's one that I'm excited for. Here we go. The Red Lotus. The Flame Crime is going to come through. Put that Central Iron Axe all in defense position. You have to imagine that's because of the threat of Lightning Strike. Luigi saw how good it was for them in game 1 when they went second and wanting to play around it. That is the M phase. It's a pretty impressive board with an abundance of monsters. During the M phase, you place one of your non-synchro... That's all I got to. Thanks, mate. I appreciate you. All right. Graviox draws a card. 5 cards in hand. Luigi, not a single card on their side, but they have a bunch of... Well, they have one face down. They have this spell card in the field. What can Graviox do? It's a big old board to contend with, and a Lightning Strike's not going to do much because everything has been placed in defense position by Luigi, which seems like a very good decision. There was no Kib either that came through from Graviox there. I feel like there might have been enough special summons from Luigi for Kiburu, I believe it's called, to have been an option, but it didn't come through. It's possible Luigi only did 5 special summons to play around it. We are going to see the Harpy's Feather Duster destroy all spells and traps your opponent controls. Oh my goodness, that seems pretty powerful. That's a bit of an OG card if I'm not mistaken as well. I remember the Harpy's Feather Duster. Still knocking about. It's a normal spell. Luigi with no cards in hand, but do they have a way of stopping it? They certainly do. If this card is a continuous trap, you can special summon this card. Okay, so they're not going to be able to stop the Harpy's Feather Duster. But because it goes in the chain, it comes into defense position, and that's going to mean it's not destroyed by the Harpy's Feather Duster. That seems wise. But the Central Ion Primera and perhaps this other card are going to be destroyed. It's going to be a clean sweep for the Feather Duster. Well, not quite. Okay, interesting. It actually doesn't hit the trap here. Because it can't be destroyed by card effects. There you go. In comes the Kashtira Unicorn. It's just been special summoned just like that. Oh my goodness. It's got 2,500 attack points and it's just been special summoned just like that. Out of nowhere. That seems like a pretty good card to me. They've also added a Kashtira spell to hand. But when this card declares an attack, I feel like this has to be a downside. When this card declares an attack, if your own opponent activates a monster effect... You can look at your opponent's extra deck, and if you do... Okay, it's just good. There's even an upside. This card seems absurdly strong to me. The Kashtira Unicorn. You can just summon it from... Special summon it from hand. Synchro protect the spell. Right, thank you. Here is the spell. You're going to target. And then special summon in defense position. But after this card resolves, you can't special summon monsters from the extra except XYZ. There's like a certain way you're supposed to pronounce XYZ where it's like, I don't remember. I'm just going to call it XYZ. But if someone wants to let me know in the chat, it's like Yeeks, something like that. I don't know. That's pretty cool. The Primite! I know this card. I played this card in my deck last... Well, I actually didn't play this card in my deck last week. I was supposed to play this card in my deck last week, but I didn't get my hands on the Primite engine in time. But the Primite Lordy Load comes through. I know this one. But I've only seen the Primite engine being included in a Blue Eyes White Dragon deck. But that Drill Beam added to hand by the Lordy Load. Beryl is doing the business. Exceed, thank you. I knew there was something like that. Graviox with 7,200 life points remaining. Luigi standing tall at 8,000. But that is not the most important part of this duel. Am I allowed to call it a duel? Or do I have to call it a duel? Because as an Englishman, saying duel doesn't quite work for me. I prefer the duel. As we see the Kashtira Rise Heart come through. This is game 3. The winner of this will be proceeding through into the tournament. And the loser has their tournament run cut short. 128 players. Single elimination bracket. And we are going to be watching the whole thing together. So get yourself comfortable. Get yourself a nice glass of water. Stay hydrated. Put your feet up. And get ready for an awesome day of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Challenger Cup action. Thanks, Freak. I appreciate you. Here we go. The Primate Lordy Load is going to be using its second ability. Oh my goodness. I used to own this card. The Ryu Ran. That's an OG. That's very exciting to see the OG Ryu Ran in the building. Not something I expected to see today, but I'm really happy to see it as we are going to see that Primate Drill Beam come from a very, very powerful card. And the card placed face down, or set, I should say. It's a big old board. We haven't seen this kind of game so far. Game 1 and Game 2 were both big blowouts really on either side. But this is not looking to be the case so far unless Graviox has something up their sleeve with the Kashtira Arise Heart. 3,000 attack points, and it's going to, of course, come through straight away and deal with one of those defense position monsters. Because the board here for Graviox is significantly more impressive right now. The Beryl with that 1,600 attack points can take out one of those defense position monsters as well. And suddenly, Graviox seems to be in a very strong position. Another card is set. But Luigi now with an opportunity to respond. Graviox with one card in hand. Luigi is now going to soon be drawing. But during the main phase, if this card is a continuous, it can be special summoned, and that's going to help Luigi build towards their next turn. But their Grandpa's deck has no pathetic cards because they're going to be topping. Can they find the magical card off the top? Do they believe in the heart of the cards? Well, let's find out. I feel like they have to believe in the heart of the cards if they're going to be winning this game. Four monsters all in defense mode. That 3,000 attack points of the Kashtira is not easy to contend with. The Beryl, I almost called it Ethel. Sorry, Beryl. As we are going to see that Wake Up Center Iron come through. It's going to be banished. And here we go. Once per chain, each time a card's a card is banished, attach one banished card to this card as material. Oh my goodness, the Kashtira Arise Heart is taking advantage of Luigi's plays, and it's starting to build up that exceeds material. Here we go though. Luigi 6.0. They are going to be now calling in a big play of their own. It's that red Rising Dragon in defense mode. But, of course, if a card's banished, we're going to see that chain come through, and it's going to be the stand-up Central Iron, which is going to activate first. And then the red Rising Dragon joins the chain just for good measure. So it's going to resolve, of course, back to front. First in, last out. This is going to be the red Rising Dragon. But here we go. The Primite Drill Beam's going to join the fun as well, revealing a Primite monster, and suddenly the Drill Beam's going to activate first. And here we go, the resolution. It is going to be that red Rising Dragon that has been removed. It won't have its effect come through then. A big 4 ability chain, and the red Rising Dragon banished. And of course it's going to be attached to the Kashtira Arise Heart as exceeds material. As will the Drill Beam. Oh my goodness. There's a lot of material. There's still those 2 cards in hand for Luigi, but it's looking to be swinging in Graviox's favor unless Luigi has something up their sleeve, and something up their sleeve fast as the Ion Tree comes through. Pretty good attack points for a 4-cost monster, especially when that Primite Dragon Ether Beryl is on the opponent's side, but they're not going to be utilizing its attack points, but rather using it as a tribute. And in comes the Scarlight Red Dragon Archfiend. And again, not for the first time in this game number 3, it's going to be the Kashtira Arise Heart getting yet more. Oh no, it's going to use the material. You can detach 3 materials and then target 1 card on the field and banish it. Oh my goodness, utilizing all that material for a huge play. Kashtira is dominating the battlefield right now. Graviox seems to be winning this game 3. It all started so well for Luigi, but Graviox seems to be in a dominant position. There's going to be a card set by Luigi, but they need a miracle. They also have still this Vision Resonator on the board, so even a Lightning Strike wouldn't save them here as the trap card's activated. It's going to be the Kashtira preparations. And in comes the Kashtira Fenrir. Yeah, again with that Vision Resonator on the board. Lightning Strike is not going to save Luigi. Graviox is safe to turn everything into attack mode. Is it attack mode or attack position, or do both work? Let me know, please. Ash Blossom, though. That was the 1 card in hand. Luigi did believe in the heart of the cards, but was Ash Blossom what they exactly needed at this moment in time? Well, there's never exactly a bad time to draw Ash, but, I mean, maybe this wasn't exactly what they needed. They needed to really focus on building their own board at this stage, perhaps, rather than countering. Luigi now with no cards left in hand, and no monsters either, as Graviox attaches the Ash Blossom to Kashtira, and surely Graviox has secured this game number 3. What a bad start it was for them, that Lightning Strike from Luigi in game 1. But let's not forget about this set card for Luigi. But it's not going to come through, and Graviox is victorious with that surrender from Luigi. Commiserations to Luigi. Graviox marches through into the top 64, and what a start to our Challenger Cup that was. It seems as though we don't have any more games available right now, so we're going to take a very short break. I'm going to go catch myself a drink of water, and we will be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Challenger Cup. This is the round of the top 64, and we're going to be jumping in with Gabriel, who will be going first, versus Chris. Let me just fix... Because it's no longer the top 128. I need to work out how I change that. As we are going to see the Fabled Lurie on the board. And that Fiendsmith Requiem, we've seen it before. We're going to see it again. How do I fix that? Aha! I got it. Top 64. The tournament has barely begun, but it feels like we've already cut half of the players out from this tournament. And we're going to continue to drop by half each round. We do see that Necroquip Princess, but look at the cards in hand for Gabriel. There's an absolute abundance here. It looks like it's going to be a Fiendsmith Mirror. It's going to be very, very fascinating to see how this one goes through. The Fabled Lurie. We are going to see that Maxi. What a powerful card it is in Master Duel. But Ash Blossom says no. And of course, Ash Blossom will resolve before the Maxi, and that is going to leave Gabriel in a dangerous position with only one card in hand, but Chris with an absolute abundance available. Very, very interesting start to this mirror matchup. So we are going to see the Fiendsmith Requiem disappear and tribute as the Lacrima comes through, but guess what? The Requiem is not done there. This is some fast-paced action. These players are familiar with this matchup. They are not hesitating whatsoever as the Bastial Baldrake is summoned on the opponent's turn. It's all kicking off here in game number one. And Chris now with the Fiendsmith Engraver into attack position, and the spell card Sinful Spoils has been set. Well, not set, placed face up. And the Snake Eyes, popular. Snake Eyes is a card I heard a lot about in Yu-Gi-Oh! Over the last year. Before I started playing, I had people talk to me about Ash Blossom and Snake Eyes, and you can certainly see why, as the dramatic Snake Eye chase has been drawn. The Snake Eyes are not actually something I've played against or seen until this point, so I'm very, very curious to see why everyone talks about it so much and why everyone's told me it's been so good in the past. As we are going to see the Snake Eyes Diabell Star set down as a continuous spell. Is that the right phrase? I think continuous spell. 8,000 life points apiece currently, as Ash Blossom is now going to be a continuous spell, it appears, which I've never seen that one before. Doesn't look like we've got a pure mirror matchup, just some overlap with the players' cards. The Fiendsmith Engraver, the Fiendsmith cards, but the Snake Eyes seem to be a bit of a theme for Chris in theirs. So we're going to see the Fiendsmith Desiree come through. I don't think Desiree is the right pronunciation there. Pronunciation never a strong point of mine. It has to be said. It's a very interesting little avatar type thing here with the couple of frogs and is that a peach on top? I think it might be a peach. Linkwarbo. I played against this last week and lost to it. This one got me good. It might not have many attack points, but it's the abilities on this which make it so powerful. When an opponent's monster declares an attack, you may tribute this card. And if it's in the graveyard, you can tribute one level 1 monster and special summon it. Change the opponent's... Yeah, so basically you contribute it, change your opponent's card to having 0 attack points. And by the way, that is not a lot of attack points, just in case you were wondering. I can confirm. So we're going to see the Bestial Baldrake come through. The link comes through. You can target up to one face-up monster, and then the Ghost Ogre is going to come through from hand to complete the chain. You can send this from card to hand and destroy the card on the field. Seems to be going in favor of Chris this game number 1. Gabriel, just one card in hand, but does have those 2 set cards in their spell/trap area. But now, Chris, we saw the Link card, but it has been tributed for another Link. It's the Fiendsmith sequence. But the Impermanence, the trap card from Gabriel, has been activated. And it's going to... Is it going to be... It's going to negate the effect of the Fiendsmith sequence. Very, very fascinating stuff. But in comes the Snake Eye Oak. You're going to be able to target a fire monster that's banished in your graveyard and either add it to hand or special summon. I would wager it's going to be special summon. Look at me go. Seems like that's better to do, to special summon rather than add it to hand. And that is then going to enable a tribute for the Snake Eyes. Okay. Flamberge Dragon. 3,000 attack points. 2,500 defense points. And of course... Chris went second, so they are able to start attacking the life points of Gabriel, but they're not ready to do that yet because they have not finished their sequence here. As in comes the Prothemian Princess. And in comes back again the Snake Eye Oak just for good measure. And yeah, you know, here's the Snake Eyes Popular as well. And you think that they're done there? No, because now they're going to special summon a monster card for the graveyard, but now it's the other Impermanence from Gabriel. And because this was set previously, it's not only going to negate the effect. If the card was set before activation and is on the field at resolution, the rest of this turn, all other spell trap effects in this column are negated. Okay. So there's two columns negated, but I don't think that's actually having an impact. But the important thing is the negation. But it is time for the first battle phase proper, as we're going to see a triple direct attack to Gabriel's life points. 2,700, 900, and finally the Snake Eyes Poplar. I mean, it looks like 900. It seems as though Chris is having second thoughts, or perhaps... they are just wanting to get in the head of Gabriel a little bit, as the Snake Eyes Popular will finish the job, putting Gabriel down to 3,700 life points. Over half their life points depleted in turn 2, but it's now Gabriel's opportunity. One card in hand. But can they draw a banger? Well, Chris is not finished there, because it's going to be... in comes... the Apollosa Bow of the Goddess. Great to see you, Bold Lord. Hope you're good. And I believe that's able to still attack. I think we're still in the battle phase here. This is like one interaction that I struggled with when I was playing last week. Was like, can I, if I special summon during the battle phase, can I actually attack in the battle phase? And I know there's definitely moments that you can do it, but it's not something I quite got to grips with. But it seems as though, obviously, if you can do it, just getting extra damage into your opponent's life points. But that Impermanence from hand... no cards left for Gabriel, and that is going to negate the effect. Fascinating stuff there. Wowza. 0 attack points. It's not a lot. And in comes the Fiendsmith Requiem. Gabriel with no cards in hand, but now does have a card on the board. But the Snake Eyes Oak is going to trigger an ability... and so is the Requiem. It's going to be tributed. This is just game 1 of this best of 3. But we talked about the Link. The Linkuriboh early. Oh, it's a Linkuriboh. I see now. I know how to read it. That's a cool name. Linkuriboh. I like that. But Lacrimza, Lacrima the Crimson Tears, comes through in defense position. It is still Chris's turn, but Gabriel is putting up a fight during their opponent's turn, trying to develop the board. And neither player's board is particularly impressive at this moment in time, but Chris is going to change that with the SP Little Knight. One of the most powerful cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. If it's Link summoned using a fusion... etc. You can target one card on the field in either graveyard and banish it. Also, your monsters can't attack directly this turn. And that is going to be the end of the turn. It is going to be the SP Little Knight standing tall for Chris. It's going to be Lacrima for Gabriel. But what was the card drawn off the top for Gabriel? because that could have a big impact on the outcome of this one. Chris with no cards set, but 2 cards in hand. Do they have any Ash Blossoms? Do they have any Impermanence? Let's find out soon enough. When your opponent activates a card or effect, you have a quick effect and you can target 2 face-up monsters on the field, including a monster you control, and banish both until the end phase. Damn, that's powerful. The SP Little Knight, I can absolutely see why I got told to put it in my deck last week. I surely can. Here we go. It's going to be the first tribute of Gabriel's second turn. It was Gabriel that went first, I do believe. And the Super Star Slayer TY Fon Sky Crisis. It's a big old card. But can the SP Little Knight deal with it? Well, Gabriel is going to go into the battle phase, and it seems as though it's going to be a direct attack onto the SP Little Knight, who had no chance in that one. Chris did not stop any plays there with any hand traps. Once per turn, you may detach 1 material from the card and return 1 monster from the field to your hand. The start, okay, or into the deck rather, deck or hand, and it's actually going to choose the opponents. But out comes the Fiendsmith sequence. That seems to be what was chosen by Gabriel. Gabriel giving Chris the opportunity to develop this Fiendsmith sequence, and perhaps they've got a plan up their sleeve. Yes, they do, because it seems as though it's been placed back into the extra deck. Very, very interesting stuff. The card off the top for Chris. 3 cards available. Into the standby phase. Into main phase 1 we go. 3,700 life points for Gabriel. Still Chris with 6,700. The Sinful Spoils is going to come through. It's going to be banished, allowing you to put a targeted monster on the bottom of the deck. Perhaps. Let's see what they do. Snake Ash into hand. And it looks like it's going to be the Fiendsmith that's going to go onto the bottom. Or no, It's curious. Chris has got a deal, though, with this big old Superstar Slayer. I'm trying to learn on the job here. Fiendsmith Engraver comes through. I think me trying to speculate is probably not that good. I'm just going to call the action and see what I see. Snake Eye Ash. We can do a bit of speculating, of course. But this is not a deck I have seen before. The Snake Eyes cards, as there's 4 cards in hand. Only 1 for Gabriel. But it is that Superstar Slayer with all the power, all the attack points, all the defense points. But Chris with all the cards in hand as their advantage. And can they put that advantage into use? They also have the advantage of life points. So if Chris can develop a big board here, who knows? Maybe they could even end it this turn. It's in the balance as the Fiendsmith sequence is Link summoned. Hey, Infern's great to see you. Which is the deck? The one on the bottom or the one on the top? Oh, you were playing? Oh, damn. Infern's loves it. The bottom one? Okay. And is this what people refer to as a Snake Eyes deck, or is that something different? Obviously, there's a lot of Snake Eyes cards in here. Snake Eyes Flamberge comes through, and suddenly 2,800 attack points. I mean, still, it's not enough to match Gabriel's 2,900 on the Superstar Slayer. Snake Eyes Fiendsmith, I see. Merci. I mean, it makes a lot of sense to me. That checks out based off what we've seen. It certainly does check out. Chris with 6,700 life points is looking to turn up the heat in, remember, just game number 1. The battle phase has begun, but that 2,900 attack points. Oh, there's an effect. There's an effect. When a card is declared, you can place this, and now it's not a monster. It's a continuous spell. The power of the Snake Eyes Diabell Star is there for all to see, as it's 2 direct attacks to the life points of Gabriel, who is hanging on by a thread. 1,700 life points remain. A Battleox could seal the deal right now. I don't think that's what we're going to see. And I think a Battleox is 1,700 attack points and not 1,600. I hope I didn't just embarrass myself. Battleox was my OG favourite card, mate. Used to love that. Gabriel with 1 card in hand. But an abundance of cards in their graveyard, and they're going to be looking to utilize their graveyard to their advantage. And it's going to be the Fiendsmith Requiem that comes down into the mixer. We saw Gabriel putting Chris's Fiendsmith from the graveyard back into their extra deck, and you can certainly see why when it has an effect like this. We are going to see a card being banished for Chris from the graveyard to the banishment. And the Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon, 3,000 attack points, but the battle phase has already concluded, so Gabriel has an opportunity to claw their way back into this one. Standby. Main phase 1. Here we go. 4 cards in hand for Chris, though. That is certainly going to be a little bit intimidating if you're Gabriel. And there's the Ash Blossom, of course. There's always an Ash. And Gabriel swiftly concedes the Ash Blossom at the right moment for Chris. Very impressive showing, but we will be going now into game number 2 between Chris and Gabriel. Bear with us here. I'm actually going to just do a little bit of a maneuver, a mid-stream maneuver. You ready for this? Are you ready to be impressed? You might not be that impressed, but ready? Oh. One sec. I'm just going to fix something here. Doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo. My tilt is not working on my camera. It's a bit of a pain. I'll just stand like this. It's fine. It's all good. Just waiting for game 2 to start here. I worked it out. Nope, it's not working. Game 2 is about to start. Alright, let's go. Whoa, that was not supposed to happen. My camera's misbehaving. Now I'll just stand like this, guys. Don't worry. We got this all under control as we enter game number 2. My camera is really misbehaving. It's picking a bad moment to do it, if I'm honest. I got a plan. I'm a man with a plan. Chris enters the main phase. The card destruction. Both players discard as many cards as possible from their hands, but no, the forward loss is going to come through. Yeah, my camera is mega misbehaving. This is really bad. Oh, no, it's working. I need to zoom. Oh my goodness, what's happening today? Alright, we zoomed. Step 1, zoom complete. Step 2, fix the position. It's still not working, is it? Or is it? My apologies, everybody. Having some serious technical difficulties here. The Black Goat laughs, comes through. This is usually like the easiest camera to work, and it's just completely and utterly mugging me off. Oh, bro, just do that, please. Alright, we'll just move the desk instead of the camera. There we go. Alright, we can relax now. It's a bit too zoomed in for my liking, but there we are. My apologies, everybody, for that confusion here and me getting all distracted. It is completely... all my software of my camera is just frozen. But there we are, we're back in the mixer. We are back in the mixer. Just some technical difficulties over here. As we see the Fiendsmith Requiem come through. Hey, Sinsman, great to see you. This is the Challenger Cup. This is sponsored. Very, very grateful to be here watching the action. We're currently in the top 64. Gabriel versus Chris. Chris took game 1. The Black Goat laughs. The Lacrima, the Crimson Tears, enters the board. Who is winning the battle of the aesthetics here in terms of board and card sleeves? I'm going to have to give it to Gabriel. Let me know if you agree or disagree. And also get some predictions in the chat. What deck do you think is going to win the tournament here this weekend? Well, it's not even just this weekend. It's just all going to happen today. Every single match is taking place today. Probably a Yu-Gi-Oh deck. Honestly, mate, I think that might be a good prediction. I think that's a good shout. The Fiendsmith sequence comes through. The whole... I was supposed to try and be earlier. I was supposed to do a smooth maneuver where I go from standing to sitting. It wasn't that smooth, was it? It never even happened. So let me see if I can mid-cast do the maneuver of dreams. Oh, as we see the Forbidden Droplet, the Fiendsmith sequence comes through. How did I do? How did I do? 2,500 straight to the life points there. Pretty impressive stuff, I have to say. Pretty impressive stuff. The Fiendsmith sequence on the board. It is going to be Gabriel. Oh, it's the little knight for Gabriel. Chris, of course, won game number 1, but it doesn't seem to be going in that same direction. At least I believe it was. Infernoid will win. Are you actually playing in this, Inferns? If you're not, why not? I'm incredibly disappointed if you're not. It was your big opportunity to take it all down, mate. Here we go, the Bestial Drew Swarm. Gonna come through. Draw phase. I might expose my tracksuit bottoms right now too. is a disaster. Am I exposing my tracksuit bottoms? No! I expose that I'm wearing a suit, a tie, but instead of wearing trousers, I'm wearing grey tracksuit bottoms. What an outfit. The Max C comes through. Possibly one of the best cards I've ever seen. Honestly, is this the best card in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel? Or is it still not as good as Ash Blossom? The big engine comes through. Oh! Oh my goodness! The Infernoid! Tira! That is absurd. But the Max C will trigger. Gabriel can draw a card. Chris. Down in terms of life points, but suddenly the big stats on the board. But that SP Little Knight is a powerful old card. It might not have that many attack points, but it's the abilities there that you've got to bear in mind, of course. And we are going to see that ability. You can target up to 2 face-up monsters. The chain comes through. Banish both until the end phase, but Tierra, do they have another trick up their sleeve? Chris here. It seems as though they might. No cards on the board right now for either player, but that is surely not going to last much longer. And we will see if this card is sent to the graveyard, you can draw 1 card. And we are going to see if this card is sent to the graveyard, you can shuffle 1 other Light Fiend monster from your graveyard into the deck. Inflict 1,200 damage to your opponent. Okay. That is an interesting way of dealing damage to your opponent's life points. Imagine that seals the deal. That is going to be menacing. Right now, it's not bad at all, though, but the Requiem is probably the bigger concern for Chris. Rather than the damage to their life points, the quick effect comes through. It's going to be Tribute Summon. In comes the Crim of the Crimson Tears. We've seen it once. We'll see it again. And all 8,000 life points still available for Gabriel, giving them a nice cushion, a nice feeling of comfortability. That Max C still there, don't forget. Infernoid Harmodic comes through. 1,600 attack points. It is going to be enough to clear up that defense position monster, but I have a feeling we might be seeing something different. The ability comes through. You can target 1 monster on the field and destroy it. Damn, no need to attack. That is a very good card. That is a very good card. Of course, Chris isn't done there. Because in comes the Infernoid. But that Max C continues to tick along for Gabriel with now 5 cards in hand. The Infernoid Atondel. It might only be a rare card, but fear not, it is a very powerful one with 2,800 attack points. And the Monster Gate is going to come through. But no, Ash Blossom denies it. Unlucky, mate. That's the power of Max C. Might have just drawn Gabriel into that Ash Blossom, and that is going to deny the Monster Gate entirely. No effect from Monster Gate, but now Gabriel with only 4 cards in hand. And another Monster Gate out of nowhere. But is there another Ash Blossom for Gabriel to contend with this? The bait from Chris, that double Monster Gate. Almost just hoping that the Ash Blossom would come through. I saw a change of heart there come through. Just excavating all these cards. Oh my goodness. What the... That's a lot of cards being excavated, mate. Until... I guess there's only like 1 card. This is absurd. Is there like only 1 card they can actually trigger with this? So they're just excavating their whole deck? Oh! It looks like it's been found. The Fairy Tale Snow. If this card is normal summon, you can target one face-up monster your opponent controls. Well, that's not going to happen. There's nothing there. If this card's in your graveyard, you can banish 7 other cards from your hand, field, and or graveyard. Damn, the Fairy Tale Snow. 1,850 attack points. That is pretty tasty. And in comes, you've seen it once, you've seen it again. It's the Infernoid Atondel, the Monster Gate. Got rid of it, but it's back. It is certainly back. 8,000 life points for Gabriel, but every time a card for Chris is special summon, that Max C is sneakily drawing Gabriel a card. It's going to be the quick effect triggered of the Infernoid. Tribute 1 monster, then target 1 card in your opponent's graveyard. Banish. I didn't catch what was banished in the opponent's graveyard. Interesting Inferns. Very, very interesting. Excuse me. That was a big old yawn, wasn't it? As Atondel comes through, but Max C, another special summon, and that means another card in hand for Gabriel. And it feels like this is the Max C show right now. Surely Gabriel is going to have some more responses, but we are going to see the special Link summon comes through. But guess what? Max C draws it. Max C's absurd. Is Max C the best card in the game? I feel like Max C might be the best card in the game, guys. I'm going to call it. It's my prediction. Infernoid comes through. But it's still not that 8,000 total attacking points that will be necessary to win the game. And you have to feel like, Chris, it's now or never. The card disparity is humongous. There's going to be a big play, though, coming through. And it's going to be Liner. You can special summon a card from your opponent's graveyard. Nope. The Infinite Impermanence comes through. That's the problem of playing into this Maxi. So many cards available for Gabriel. We saw the Ash Blossom and now we see the Impermanence. Denied ability. No ability for you. 1 card less in the hand for Gabriel, but there's plenty more where that came from. As the final card is revealed for Chris, it's going to be the Void Imagination. Summon a fusion monster from your extra deck. What is it going to be? As we do see another special summon, which means another card drawn for Gabriel with that Max C. Full advantage in terms of cards in hand for Gabriel. There's a huge disparity, but there's also a big disparity in terms of power on the board, as the Fairy Tale Snow is now going to activate its quick effect. It's going to be able to be special summoned. A ton of cards are banished, but of course there were so many excavated into the graveyard. That is not going to be a problem here for Chris, but it's another special summon, and that means it's another Maxi. But is this now enough attack points to finish off the game? It's certainly going to be close. There's 5,700 right now, which means 3,300 would be enough, as we see another Celine, Queen of the Master Magicians. Maybe it's not another. It's doing stuff. Oh my goodness, remove counters from your field and special summon one spell. Oh my goodness, but we see a counter. The Ogre and Snow Rabbit says no. But then we're going to see the chain. So it looks like it might be protected, but for how long is the effect? Veiler comes through. The Maxi, which was played in so heavily too, means there's so many responses here available for Gabriel. Unlucky, mate. The effect Veiler, the Ghost, Ogre, no effect for you. And suddenly, Chris has no cards left in hand. They have 2 monsters, they have 1 spell, and they need to deal 8,000 life points, but they are not done yet. Back comes the Infernoid Deviati. In comes the fairy tale snow. 5,700 plus 1,850 is like 6,550, I believe. So it's only about 1,500 attacking points needed to seal the deal. It is a nail biter. Is that, did I do my maths right? I think I might have done. This might be enough, guys. This might be enough attack points. It is going to be a nail biter. I don't think it's enough yet, but the impermanence comes through. 2,700 at 3,600. Oh my goodness, it's enough. The effect Veiler. There is enough attack points down on the board, if I'm not mistaken, but Gabriel has so many cards in hand. But are any of them going to help here? They need to remove some attack points from the board. It's going to be the Bestial Drew Swarm. You can special summon. It's been special summoned. It's in defense mode. Hey, Trout. Hero deck. Ooh. That sounds spicy. Is that your favorite kind of deck? Well, maybe. There's still a long way to go in this tournament. This is game number 2 of the top 64 round. We started off with 128 duelists. We're down to just 64, and these two are battling it out to try and pursue victory. I got there eventually. Oh my goodness, the Infernoid for 3,000 attack points. But guess what? It's another card drawn by Maxi. It is truly the show of Maxi in game number 2. Oh my goodness, it's got some negates. 3,000 attack points. 2,800 is 5,800. This is not quite enough in total here for Chris. They need about another 700-800. And could this do it for Chris? The Infernoid and the Snow are going to combine for the Nightmare Phoenix. But another card is going to be drawn for Gabriel. And of course, that defense position monster, the Bestial Drew Swarm, stands in the way. Is Maxi optional? Do you have to draw? Or is it a May? Once it's live, it's live. Oh, damn. And what happens if you get decked out? How many life points do you lose? I mean, that sounds like a legitimate strategy up against a Maxi play, right? You just lose? Oh my goodness. And is this is the actual deck? Is there 8 or 10? I think that's the extra deck, right? Is that the actual line that Chris is trying to go for here? Because that is absurd. Surely not. What a battle. What a duel. What a player. What a game. We are going to see that defense position monster has been removed from the board. And another. You thought they were done. They're never done. It's Chris. They keep going. They never give up. They never give in. And it's Hitter the Fire Charmer now coming through. But Maxi will continue to draw. There's just 6 cards remaining in the deck for Gabriel. And Ash Blossom comes out of nowhere. I mean, I didn't have that on my bingo card to see Ash Blossom come through for Chris here, but it has appeared. 5 cards remaining in Gabriel's deck. 8,000 life points gives them a nice old cushion, but perhaps the strategy for Chris here is to continue special summoning. Every card Gabriel draws brings them closer to a defeat. Of course, Gabriel's going to have to draw a card to start the turn as well. 4 cards more needed for Chris to special summon. Well, here's a third. Well, here's a first of 4. And it's going to be the SP Little Knight. The Maxi draws. 3 more special summons needed for Chris to come out with the most unorthodox of victories here that I've ever seen in Yu-Gi-Oh! As it's now going to be the Promethean Princess. A lot of attack points, but importantly, it's a special summon that draws for the Maxi. 2 more cards needed to be special summoned for Chris, but the impermanence comes through. Gabriel's got a fistful of cards. In fact, they've got 2 fistfuls, but they managed to maneuver their way through to find that impermanence. It might have been hiding underneath something else, but they found it eventually. They've got a lot to look at, and that is going to negate the effect of the Promethean Princess. But Chris will not stop there. It's another special summon, and that means that they are just 1 special summon away from victory as the topologic Zerabus comes through. Maxi draws, and that is a huge monster. What the? It's the concession from Gabriel. Oh my goodness. Chris, take it. Oh, it's a time limit. Huh? I don't think it was. Chris won, guys. Chris won. Still, Gabriel had all the cards in hand, but it didn't matter. Chris sealed the deal. Oh my goodness, it didn't matter. What a game. Chris comes out. Guys, remind me, that was a 2-0, right? Right, guys? Guys, that was a 2-0. I need to make sure I remember for next time, because that was a long series. I feel like it was a 2-0. I'm pretty sure it was a 2-0. What a round we just witnessed. That's quite loud. Someone's doing some drilling outside. My goodness. Well, we can... hop on board now with Graviox, who we saw victorious in round number 1. How are they getting on? I think I went to the live one. Yeah, we did. Don't know the score in terms of games, but it might be fair to assume it's game 3 with how long that went on for. And let's have a little look. We've got Graviox of 8,000, Red Dark also with 8,000 life points. So both players with full health, but boards have been developed. 2 cards in hand for Graviox, 4 for Red Dark. Who's winning the battle of the aesthetics? I have to say, for me, it's Red Dark. I like the OG card backs. I really do. Of course, Graviox playing that deck with the Duel, the Grey Squirrel. On the other side here, destroy all other monsters in this card's column. Okay, fascinating. We've got some column destruction coming through. This Vanquish deck, not one I've seen before. We are going to see the ability negated. The Phantom of Duel is going to be triggering first there. It's quite hard for me to try and contend and catch up with this one. But I'm going to make a bold prediction here. I'm going to say Graviox seems to be in a good position with that U-Bell down on the board. I'm going to go ahead and say it. I think the U-Bell player with the U-Bell on the board is going to be the favored player here. But maybe I'm wrong. The deck is named after it for a reason. It's a very powerful card. It can't be destroyed by battle, and it takes no battle damage. Oh, you take no battle damage, rather. Here we go. The Vanquished Soul Raisin is no more. And it's going to be the Rock of the Vanquisher that comes through. It's going to be a Link Summon. And a couple of abilities. Will there be a response? It doesn't appear as though there will be. But 2 cards still in hand for Graviox. They might just be waiting for a better moment. Now it's 5 cards in hand here for Red Dark. I guess it's Red Arc. As the Bestial Drew Swarm comes through. And now it's time for Chaos Angel. 3,500 attack points, 2,800 defense points, and of course it's going to trigger the ability to banish a card on the field. Will there be a response from Graviox, who fought so hard to get through in round number 1 with that uphill battle? They lost game 1, but took game 2 and game 3 with aplomb, and they're looking to do something similar here. We don't know what game this is on because we joined in halfway through, but it's fair to assume it's game 3 because there's the time on the round. There is not much of it left. It is a nail-biting situation here for both of our players. The Chaos Angel with the most attack points on the battlefield, though. And it's going to be the battle phase with the Chaos Angel. And it's lining up an attack on the Fiendsmith Desiree. And it certainly will take it down. The Chaos Angel dominating so much so that Graviox says enough is enough here. And they surrender. We'll have to see if that was game 3 or not. We will let you know. It does appear that this round is wrapping up quite quickly. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to go to a short break screen and we'll be back with the top 32 of this Master Duel Challenger Cup, sponsored by Konami and Yu-Gi-Oh! Thank you guys for having me. I appreciate it. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. The top 32 is up next. And I'm looking forward to it. Welcome back, duelists. It is time for the top 32 of this Yu-Gi-Oh! Challenger Cup. I am Speci. I like to cast, and we're playing some Master Duel as the Fiendsmith's track is going to kick things off here. It's Simo T versus T2 Abamod. The Fabled Lure is going to come through. It is, of course, this best of 3 format. As the Fabled Lure is special summoned from the graveyard. And the Fiendsmith's Requiem enters the mixer. It really does seem to be the flavour of the meta in today's Challenger Cup, at least with the players that we've hopped on board with so far. We'll have to see if that changes. The Crim of the Crimson Tears comes through. It's now going to be sending one Fiendsmith card from your deck to the graveyard. But of course, it cannot include the Crim of the Crimson Tears itself, because that would be unfair. If this card is in your graveyard, you can shuffle one other Light Fiend monster from your deck into the deck / extra deck and special summon it, the Fiendsmith Engraver. But the Bystral Saronir comes through from Amamud. And it's going to be the quick effect. And it enters the board. Oh my goodness, that is a lot of attacking power. 2,500 attack points. And it's Simo's turn. But T2 has other ideas. 4 cards left in hand for T2. 4 card left in hand for Simo. Simo considering their options, staring down the barrel of a 2,500 attack point monster. Who can blame them? That is something difficult to contend with. That's for sure. Time is of the essence for these players, but taking a little moment to think about it, you can see why when the Ash Blossom is normal summon. That's not something you see every day, but it's going to enable now a big play. Certainly not ideal, but that Ash Blossom is a tuner. And the Fiendsmith sequence comes through. You needed a Light Fiend monster, and Ash Blossom met that criteria. That was the important part, not the tuner dynamic there. And you can certainly see why Simo thought so long and hard about such a decision, but you can see the power of Ash Blossom in this deck. Not only that hand trap monster type effect, but also the ability to be just played normally if you're in a tight spot. And now the Fiendsmith's Lacrima is in the mixer. And look at the attack power of the Bystral Shadow. Not so impressive anymore as the Fiendsmith Engraver joins the fun. T2 with 4 cards in hand. Do they have any tricks up their sleeve? We'll have to wait and see as this turn develops. But the board continues to get more impressive here for Simo. And of course, they're not done just yet. 2 cards tributed. It's going to be the 2 Fiendsmiths. And you know what that means? Okay, it's the SP Little Knight. I thought it was going to be a bigger... I honestly thought it was going to be a bigger Fiendsmith. But no. It's going to be the SP Little Knight. And we know how powerful this is. It's going to be banishing the Saronir. But I believe it's only until the end of this turn. No, it's just banished permanently, the SP Little Knight. I mean, I could see why people love this card. It is outstanding. And now we see the Bystral Magon Hut come through as alongside the Fiendsmith Lacrima and the SP Little Knight. That is an abundance of attack points for Simo. But this was turn number 1. As far as I'm aware, there's not going to be an opportunity to attack the life points just yet. So Simo's going to want to try and set up some sort of negate effect if that is an option. And in comes the Constellar Platomy. Once per turn, you can detach 1 material from this card and then target 1 monster on the field or in the graveyard and return that target to the hand. Ash Blossom back to the hand. The Wombo combo from Simo. They're thinking 17 steps ahead and they set a rather ominous card as play passes on over to T2. Who it is now going to be their opportunity, but not just yet as the Bold Drake enters the hand for Simo. And it is now the turn for T2. And what do they have up their sleeve with 5 cards in hand? 3 for Simo. They know the Ash Blossom is in the hand for Simo. How will they try and bait out and minimize the impact that that Ash is going to surely have? And will Simo take such bait? The mind games are now a huge dynamic in this game number 1. At least I think they are. That's what we're running with. That is what we're running with. But I only started playing Yu-Gi-Oh! A week ago. These players know more than I do, but I feel like that Ash Blossom is going to be the crucial thing here for T2 to try and play around as best as possible. Of course, it's always going to be there. So do you just like put a few feelers out like, yeah, you want to Ash Blossom this? And then someone says, nope, I don't. And then it's all about Simo. Can they find the right moment for the Ash Blossom to come down? That is going to be the crucial dynamic of this first turn for T2 in game number 1. And it's going to be the Foolish Burial. Send 1 monster from your deck to your graveyard. That is going to be the first play, and it will be going through as the Despian Tragedy now comes through. If this card is sent to your graveyard or banished by a card, you can add 1 Despia monster from your deck to your hand. Happy days. It is going to be the Alaba, the Jester of Despia. And that's going to enter the battlefield. It's going to enter the board. It was normal summon, so 1 branded spell trap can be added from the deck to your hand, replacing itself, and just T2 continuing to have a healthy amount of cards available for them. 3 cards for Simo. There's that Ash Blossom and 2 mystery cards. And don't forget, all the while, there is that set card for Simo, which is rather ominous. And the SP Little Knight quick effect has been activated. You can target 2 face-up monsters, as well as the Constellar chaining into this. A double effect for Simo. They feel like now is the moment to strike. Now is the moment to disrupt. And now is the moment to assert dominance. Can T2 respond? Can T2 flip the script? It's going to resolve. The SP Little Knight goes through just as Simo had planned. But of course that branded will be drawn. Don't understand what Simo was trying to achieve there, but we're going to surely work it out. I'm sure they've got a plan in their mind, and all will be clear to me soon enough. As the branded in high spirits now comes down for T2. That Guiding Quem in hand has been revealed, the Virtuous. It's going to be going into the graveyard alongside another card. That Fallen of Abaz, I assume, was the card. And in comes Albion, the Shrouded Dragon. 2,500 attack points. It is just that 1 card on the board for now. And it's Alaba, the Jester of Despia. But for how much longer that remains to be seen. That Ash Blossom, don't forget, is still there for Simo. They're just waiting and waiting for that right moment, the right opportunity to disrupt. as we are now going to see the branded in red quick play spell come through. Target a Despia monster in your graveyard or Fallen of Abals and add it to hand. And then add a big following effect. Fusion summon 1 level 8 monster or higher fusion monster from your extra deck by banishing fusion materials mentioned on it from your hand or field. But it can't attack directly this turn. And that could be important as Simo with just 8,000 attack points. Sorry, life points. I say just 8,000 life points. That's quite a lot of life points, as it turns out. But that can very quickly be hit down to 0. And still Simo with that Ash Blossom waiting for the right opportunity. Also has that set spell card, or possibly a trap card. We don't know what it is. It's just a set card. And this is just game number 1 here. Time is definitely going to be a bit of a concern for these players moving forward. The round length is not ginormous, but you've got to get that best of 3 through if you can at all help it. It's 45-minute rounds, and we are already 12 minutes into into the top 32 round. So you're 12 minutes in. If you're playing out a best of 3, you're going to have to average 15 minutes per game if it goes to game number 3. And we're already 12 minutes into this one. So the clock is definitely going to be a factor if we go into game number 3 here. As we do see Lolarian, the Searing Dragon, enter the field for T2. And there's a response! There's a response in the hand of Simo, and it's Sai, the Frame Gear. And the Bystral Bald Drake is in there as well. And we know that Ash Blossom is that last card, and T2 is fully well aware as well. So Simo reveals every single card they have available. But while T2 has that information, can they do anything about it? As the Bald Drake enters the field, in comes Sai, the Frame Gear Gamma, and Sai, the Frame Driver, and that Ash Blossom surely remains in the hand. T2 knows all about it. We know all about it. And Simo definitely knows all about it because it's in their hand. And it is going to be T2 setting a card to finish their turn. Those Sais are no longer. The SP Little Knight is back. And this was the plan for Simo all along, as guess what else returns? And there's the concession. It's going to be a dominant game 1, and it's going to be Simo taking it. And to be fair, they're actually well on track. 13 minutes is how long game 1 took. Great to see you, Bert. The bird. We're going to be going into game number 2 now. T2 versus Simo T. Of course, Chris, who we saw in the last round, is still in the tournament. 32 duelists remain. We started with 128, and just 2 hours later, we're down to only the best 32 duelists for today's tournament. And we are going to be watching it all up until the final. Here we go. Let's spectate from now. Let's get live in with the action. Simo T looking to take this one down 2 games to 0. But can they do it? Well, we'll have to wait and see. Simo T is 1-0 up. We are going to see T2 starting this one, though. Yeah, Simo T 1-0 up. As you can see there, I've had a little graphic there, just so nobody is going to forget. Big shout out to everybody behind the scenes making this happen. Really well put together event, and thank you to Konami for sponsoring this stream here. It is an absolute pleasure to be bringing you the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Challenger Cup for today. The Bistral Saronir in hand now. Of course, this card being put down in defense position. Excuse me. That's a big one. Guiding Quem, the Virtuous. It has been normal summoned, I believe. But that means the Fallen Abaz might have been special summoned. Either way, the Fallen Abaz can go to the graveyard. And that is a handy card to have in the graveyard, of course, as we saw in the last game. But no! The Bestial Drew Swarm from Simo activates out of nowhere. And it's going to be special summoned. Bam! Look at that. Simoti looking to seal the deal in a 2-0 victory. It's a long old tournament. If you can win a best of 3 in the first 2 games, you get to have a little bit of a break, a little bit of a reset, maybe get some sunshine, go for a walk, have a little bit of grub, whatever you might want to do. Whereas if this game goes all the way to that best of 3, you are not probably going to get a break before your next round. So Simoti wanted to seal the deal as quickly as possible here, I'm sure. But T2 going first will have other ideas, looking to pull off that reverse sweep. The branded opening comes through, and into the board comes Alaba, the Jester of Despia. The chain now has been resolved. Four cards still in hand for Simo. We saw, of course, the Bistral Drew Swarm enter the field. As we're now going to see Branded Fusion. Fusion summon. One fusion monster that mentions... I didn't even get to finish my sentence. As the Branded Sword has been chained into that. Banish this card and target one of your banished monsters that is Fallen of Abaz. Add that to your hand. It's a big chain. The Winged Beast has been added to hand. It's not actually that much of a chain, but it's a chain, all right? As we're now going to see the Fallen Abaz in another card. Fusion summoning Albion, the Branded Dragon. And it was Fusion Summon, which is going to activate that extra ability. T2 is not messing about. And every card pretty much in defense mode to play around that Lightning Strike. Seems like a very heads-up decision from T2. Lubellion comes through. Lubellion, the Searing Dragon. In defense mode, no Lightning Strike opportunity being provided, and Simo might be a little bit sad about that. We haven't seen any Nibiru today. Is that going to change at this point? Because I feel like we're getting quite close to that 6 special summons. As the Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon comes through, and that is a beautiful looking card. And there it is! But no! The Nibiru's come through. But does this stop it? It negates the effect. Oh my goodness, it's all kicking off here. Is there a second Nibiru for Simo? It doesn't seem as though there is. And that from T2 was a huge moment to stop the all-powerful primal being. And T2 now has a dominant board. What a big moment in this Game 2. T2 lost Game 1. Simo was dominant. But T2 has set up a huge board. And that Nibiru was denied. The Dusk Dragon now. The Branded lost. What a game here. What a turn 1. T2 seems to be in control. There's still 4 cards available in hand, though, for Simo. There is an abundance. There is a lot. Were they just trying to bait out that removal with the Nibiru? And have they got something else up their sleeve? And that Tri-Brigade is back again. I would imagine it can only be activated once per turn, though. It can. Hola, 4566 RE 4537 IGT. Great to see you. That's the end phase. And we, of course, though, are not going to forget to trigger the effect in the graveyard. All the good stuff there. And T2 is going to resolve that chain, adding the branded fusion back into hand. But that is not all. That is not all, because the Fallen of Abaz is going to come through as well. In defense mode, though, and it doesn't have a lot of defense points, but it's on the board. And, of course, it's not going to stay there for much longer, as it's going to be a fusion summon using Simo's card. Poor old Simo has had their monster fusioned, and T2's board is outstanding right now. But does Simo have an opportunity to disrupt? We're going to have to wait and see. They haven't conceded just yet, so they might have a bit of hope. T2 with 3 cards in hand. Simo, here their grandpa's deck has no pathetic cards, as they're going to draw a card off the top, but is it the card of dreams that they're looking for? 5 cards for Simo, but what can they do with T2's dominant board staring them down? They're going to start off with Branded Regain. Does T2 have any disruption? The Lordy Load comes through now for Simo, adding a Primite card to hand. Is this the moment for T2 to do some negating, to do some hand traps? Do they have any available? That remains all to be seen. There is going to be a negate of some sort here that comes through. You can target 1 monster you control and add 1 card your opponent controls and destroy them. So the Primite Lordy Load is going to be destroyed. T2 making use of their very wide board, sacrificing a monster. But in comes the Dippity, a cute little thing who lives in a glass bottle and is said to bring good luck to the one who makes a contract with it. The lid must never be open no matter what happens. But what happens if you open the lid of Dippity, you might ask? Well, of course. Oh, it's going to be the Fiendsmith Requiem. Maybe not. I was getting ahead of myself there. Dippity. Why does it cost so much? Why does it cost 4? As the brigade comes through, let me know in the chat, guys, all about Dippity. What's the lore behind Dippity? I am incredibly curious. We are going to see that negate come through, though. And that's the concession. Simo didn't stand much of a chance in this one. It was the story of the negate effects. That nib almost sealed the deal for Simo, but T2 had other ideas, and we will be going into a game number 3 in this top 32 battle of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Challenger Cup. We certainly will. We'll just wait for both players to be ready, and then we can crack on, mate. We can crack on then, can't we? Well, let's do that. Oh. Well, let's not. Not just yet anyway. We're waiting for the right moment. We're waiting for both players to be ready. Let's take a look at the other rooms in the tournament. Are the mini games still ongoing? We can't see our friend that won the previous round. That one might be over already. We're just waiting for game 3 to get underway here between Simo and T2. Chris and Naruto, it seems, are still playing it out. So we did see Chris doing the business in the round of 64. T2 versus Simo. Hopefully we'll be getting underway soon enough. Of course, players do have a bit of a time limit concern, but honestly, the round still has enough time left for this one to finish comfortably, as we will be jumping in. Let's go from now. We're going to start live. It's a 45-minute round, so they've still got 20 minutes to finish this game. So we should be all good, everybody. Here we go. It's game 3. And Simity, unsurprisingly, will be going first. That was their decision. 8,000 life points, 5 cards in hand. Game number 3. Gonna see the Foolish Burial, but this from T2. So I thought Simo was going first. There's no way that Simo just passed, right? Or is there? Does Simo have some kind of card in hand which is like, if you have no cards on the board, you can do this? Maybe they just didn't hit a very good hand here, Simo. It certainly said that Simo decided to go first. But T2 with the Jester on the board. The Jester of Despia. Not just any old Jester. The Jester of Despia. And that branded fusion added into hand for T2. Simo with 5 cards in hand. Do they have a trick up their sleeve? Why did Simo not do anything on their first turn? Very curious stuff here. Albion, the branded dragon, comes through. It's going to be placed into defense mode, and that seems wise. When there's that potential of lightning strike, which can, of course, get rid of every attack mode monster. T2 is not going to want to play into that. I can tell you that much. T2. Looks like it's going to be another fusion, and it's Lubellin, the Searing Dragon, also going into defense mode. But not for long, as there's going to be another fusion, and it's Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon. It's 25. Oh, but we're going to see a response. It's going to be the Bystral Druswan picking the right moment, and it's going to be coming down onto the board for Simo. Simo, who went first and did absolutely nothing. At least that's how it appears to me to be the case. And we're going to have to assume that is exactly what happened. That's the information that I'm working with currently. You have to think Simo just didn't draw quite the right opening hand that they would have liked in this game 3. And T2 is going to try and take as much advantage of that as they possibly can, as is their prerogative. We're going to see that Tri-Blade. Honestly, the star of the show for me in this round of 32, and that is going to negate the effect of that card. It's going to stay in hand though for Simo, and it could come back down later on perhaps. We'll have to see. The Bystral Lubellin is back. 2,500 attack points, 3,000 defense points. You can add a continuous trap. The branded lost, and it's a very pretty version of it. Setting a card, T2 here. Play is about to pass on over to Simo, but first the branded dragon at the end phase. You can add or set a branded spell directly from your deck. Very powerful ability to have in the graveyard. Simo with 5 cards in hand. We know what one of them is. Are the other 4, as well as the card they draw off the top, going to be what Simo's looking for here? It is time for Simo to draw a card. 6 cards for Simo to keep their tournament hopes alive. Standby. Main phase 1. In comes the Bystral Lubellin. It's going to be sent to the graveyard to add a bestial card to deck. T2 with 1 card in hand, but 2 set cards. No response. It's going to be the Magnum Hunt. The Magnum Hut, of course. Added to hand by Simo, who still has 6 cards available in hand. The Drew Swarm, it tried to come through last turn, but there was a negation. And it seems as though... Oh, it's Max C! The last card for T2 is Max C! Can Simo stop that? It doesn't look like they can. Now, every time that Simo special summons, T2 will draw a card. And there's the first of what might be many. T2 with one of the best cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, as we're going to see another special summon come through for T2. And you know what that means? That means another card drawn off Max C. The Mirror Jade's going to join the fun here. It's going to be a quick effect. Banish a monster on the field. Oh my goodness. Is that going to be the big moment for T2? Swinging the board into full advantage. Let's see how this resolves. I believe it's going to be a big moment. It certainly will be. The self-sacrifice, but disrupting the strategy here of Simo. And don't forget about that Max C. If Simo wants to keep special summoning, T2 is going to just keep drawing. Refilling the hand. Refilling the powerful tools available. But that's not a special summon. That is a normal summon. It's the Primite Dragon. Ether Beryl. You can set 1 Primite spell or trap from your deck. Of course, it's often going to be that Drill Beam or the Lordy Load. They're the 2 that come to mind. In this particular deck, at least. But what will Simo decide to do? How long is left on the round? The time limit, an ever-growing concern for both these players. It will be the Lordy Load. 12 minutes remain on the clock for the round. And it's going to be immediately activated. The Lordy Load continuous spell. Add 1 Primite card. It's going to be that Drill Beam. Players often just playing 1 copy of Drill Beam for this exact reason. At least that's what I've been told. As the Fiendsmith Engraver's been discarded. And a spell / trap from the deck is being added to hand. Simo. Every time they special summon, though, it's going to be a card for T2 that is drawn thanks to Max C. But so far, there's not been that much special summoning, but surely there will be soon enough. The Fabled Luri comes through. It's going to be discarded. And it's going to be special summoned. But guess what that means? It means another card for T2, who is quickly refilling. The power of Max C is there for all to behold. But Simo continues to play into the Max C. This is going to be the Fiendsmith Requiem that is link summoned. That's another card drawn. Max C is doing the business. The Fiendsmith disappearing. But you know what that means? It's going to be another special summon, this time of a Fiendsmith. And that's another card for Max C. 1 card that T2 had in hand has quickly turned to 5, and they're not done yet. The Fiendsmith Engraver is going to activate the effect. It is in the graveyard, so they can shuffle a Light Fiend monster into the extra deck and then special summon a card, or this card, in fact, specifically, A special summon, you say? Maxi dips its bread as T2 draws another card. I don't think that Maxi has bread, but if they did, they just dipped it. More effects being activated now. An equip smell for the Fiendsmith. Gonna give those extra attack points, I believe. 2,400 available, but look at that! Taking out the only monster T2 controls, but still, those 2 set cards, and now 6 cards in hand for T2. Simo, 4 of their own. Certainly could be worse. Looks like it'll be another special summon for Simo, but that means it's going to be a 7th card drawn off this Maxi for T2. Chaos Angel. But this time it's for Simo. 5,100 attack points total, but we are seeing the Chaos Angel can banish a card on the field, but the branded banishment comes through. Fusion Summon 1 level 8 monster, but the Primate Drill Beam! It's going to reveal the Psyframe driver, I believe, and the Drill Beam will resolve first. And the Forbidden Droplet, the quick play spell. Send any number of other cards from your hand and or field to the graveyard. Choose that many effect monsters your opponent controls until the end of their turn. Their attack is halved. The Chaos Angel will have its effects negated as well. It's all kicking off in game number 3 of the top 32 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Challenger Cup. Fallen of Abaz is summoned onto the field. Special summoned onto the field in defense mode. And here we go, the biggest chain we've seen all day. The attack points halved and the defense position mirror jade just for good measure. T2 is doing the business right now. Simo has their back against the wall. That Max C, they played into it, and suddenly T2 just has so many resources available. But we are not done there. Lubellin, the Searing Dragon, now comes through. The Chaos Angel has been turned into a tool for Lubellin with that fusion. And that is just unbelievable. If your opponent special summons a monster while this card is in the graveyard, looks like the Searing Dragon will be selected. Certainly seems to be the case. The Branded Sword's going to also join the fun. The Branded Lost, sorry. Let's check in with the time that remains in the round. 6 minutes. We should be able to resolve this. It's not looking good for Simo, though, is it, everybody? It's not looking good at all. Fallen of Abaz. The Boarlord Furious Dragon comes through in defense mode for T2. Fiendsmith Desiree is now going to come through. Going to be some effects coming through. Target one monster you control and one card your opponent controls. Destroy them. You'd imagine it's going to be the Lordy Load. It will be the Lordy Load. See you later, alligator. Beryl's no threat. 800 measly attack points. But get rid of that Lordy Load at the first possible moment. That's what T2 decides to do. And frankly, that seems good to me. But I'm no expert, that's for sure. Beryl's now been contended with. And Simo, not a single card on the board, but they do have stuff in hand. They have the Bestial Magnum Hut. It could be special summon from hand, but look at that. There's always a negate for T2. The Tri-Brigade Mercourier has been the undeniable star of the show here, and T2 seems to be in a position to close this one out. And all of that was happening, and it was still Simo's turn, which is absolutely unbelievable. Only 3 cards for Simo. Remember, T2 had 1 card in hand, and it was a Max C, which refilled every other card. Max C value. This could have been a very different game if Simo could have stopped that Max C from triggering, but they were unable to, and that could have been the deciding factor in this game, I feel. But it's not over yet. T2 still has to deal 8,000 life points of damage directly to Simo. Let's see if they can achieve that this turn. With all the cards in hand, it might be doable, and that's going to contribute a lot of attack points. 3,000 to be exact. The branded lost comes through. Of course, if you move everything into attack position, that lightning strike is something that you have to consider. I think it's not a hand trap though, right? It's like a quick play, so I think you can't do it in your opponent's turn. Everything switched to attack mode. Simo is staring down the barrel of defeat as we enter the battle phase. It's going to be 2,500. A direct attack, but no! Now Simo strikes, and the Bestial Magnum Hut will be summoned, but the Tri-Brigade is going to be sacrificed and it's going to deny. Denied. No effect for you, mate. Yet again, the Tri-Courier absolutely doing the business, and all 2,500 of these attack points will be dealt directly to Simo's life points, and there is 7,500 more on the board. So Simo needs to stop some of this damage. Can they do that? They can! The defense mode monster comes through, but just 2 cards left in hand, and the super polarization will surely seal the deal for T2. They can use their opponent's monster to create more power for themselves, and that is going to be a lot of damage. T2 wins round 3 of this tournament, and we will be taking a short break. Congratulations to T2 taking it 2-1. Short break, and we'll be right back with the top 16 of the official Challenger Cup. Welcome back, duelists, to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Challenger Cup. We are now entering the top 16. It is best of 3 format. No side decking, though. Still the usual Master Duel format that we're used to. And we are going to hop on board with 2 players we haven't seen to this point. We've got Van versus GG, and Van is going to be going first. And they are getting down on the board already. The Senjin. I have not seen this deck before. Losing 2,000, 4,000 life points already, but going on the attack, well, figuratively, with the Wedju Temple now as the field spell. Excited to see a new deck in action for the first time. Like I say, if you're just joining us, I started playing Master Duel a week ago, Yu-Gi-Oh! A week ago. Obviously, that's Snake Eyes, but really interested in seeing the different strategies and how the very best players maneuver their way through these games. It is not 1-1. Let me fix that. It is 0-0. Of course it is not 1-1. That's just ridiculous. That would be silly, wouldn't it? If you started off a round at 1-1, it wouldn't make too much sense. I've refilled my cup of coffee, and we are over halfway through this tournament, I believe, now. Maybe not. Well, we started with 132 players, I think it was. 128. And we're now down to just 16 duelists. A moment of consideration here. I think it's from GG Op. Trying to decide what to do. It's actually not my mistake. It was Van that was considering their options there. Snake Eyes! Doomed Dragon in defense mode. But it's going to be tributed. It's going to be a number 90 Galaxy Eyes Photon. Something. Photon. So we see the Linkerba. Photon Lord. There you go. Oh my goodness! Just like that! Blink and you would have missed it. But GG Op doesn't want to remain in this one. And Van. Just like that. That's the quickest game of Yu-Gi-Oh! I've ever seen in my life. Well, let's hop on with game 2 and see if that all changes. We can see Chris, who we watched earlier, still in the mixer in this tournament. We saw T2 win the last round there. Still going strong as well. It'll be fascinating to see. They're down to just 8 tables, of course. Well, that was truly a dominant performance for Van. They took those 4,000 life point hits, but it clearly seemed worth it, and then some, as they sealed the deal in record time. GG Op and Van. We're going to continue watching this match as we progress through this tournament. Let's jump in live with the action here in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Challenger Cup top 16. We'll update the score for you as well, of course. 1-0 to Van. But it will now be GG Op going first, and their opportunity to do something similar. I mean, if they can repeat what Van did, we might have the quickest game of Master Duel in history. The Droll and Lock Bird comes through from Van. That is going to mean an abundance of card... Well, no card draw, actually. It's the opposite of an abundance of card draw. It's like the opposite of a maxi. So we see the Snake Eye Ash come through for GG Op. It's going to be in attack mode. It's going to allow them to add... Oh, we'll talk more about that later, as we do see the original Sinful Spoils come through. And in comes the Snake Eyes Poplar. And now we're going to see the other Snake Eyes Ash ability send 2 cards to the graveyard. And in comes the Snake Eye Oak, which doesn't look that menacing, but you would be mistaken. As the Snake Eyes Poplar. All comboing together now. The Snake Eyes package doing the business here for GG Op. But already we've got a longer game 2 than we had game 1. It's going to be yet some more special summoning in the mixer. And here comes the big dragon. The Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon. 3,000 attack points. Blinking, you would have missed it though, because GG Op is not done there yet. Because now it's time for Moon of the Closed Heaven. And back comes the Snake Eyes Popular. Back comes the Snake Eye Oak. The recursion strategy here. The Link monster is now being replaced by another Link monster. It's the Fiendsmith's Requiem. And you think that the Fiendsmith's Requiem is going to stay here for long? You would be mistaken, because now it's Lacrima, the Crimson Tears, in the mixer. Very, very impressive to see how consistently these players can pull off these combos. That Droll Bird, of course, don't forget, is in effect from Van. That quick effect monster card played from hand. But it's not going to stop GG Op continuing to tribute monsters. And now the Fiendsmith sequence is the option, and it's got an ability. Is there going to be a response from Van? It doesn't appear to be the case, as the Fiendsmith is gonna be fusioned up with the other monster. And now it's the Fiendsmith's Lacrima and the Fiendsmith Engraver, just for good measure. We saw the last game end on turn 1. We might not see the same thing here, but it is looking difficult for Van. But maybe Van's just waiting for the right moment to pull that nib off, for example. It wouldn't be too surprising. We see the Triple D Wave High King Caesar come through. And that is a big, powerful monster card. But GG Op is still not done. Of course they're not done. Why would they be when they can play the Promethean Priestess, bestower of something. Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon comes through as well. My goodness. That is an impressive board, but they're all in attack position. So clearly GG Op not too worried about a potential lightning strike. Or maybe they are worried, but they just say, I don't respect it. But a lightning strike here, if there's no negation opportunities, and there might be negation on the board, like this Triple D, looks like the kind of card that would have a negate effect, and sure enough it does. Of course, this was turn 1, so GG Op not going to be able to attack on this turn, but they're going to continue to try and build up as many monsters on the board and make sure that they have some protection. But they're not done yet, because now comes Salaman Great, the golem that guards the Millennium. Comes through. I imagine puzzle might have been the last word. Treasures. So close. But no cigar. Unlucky. Snake Eyes Ash. My goodness, GG Op is not messing about. You can see why they retreated. They just didn't have, they've got to be worried about the time limit when they're doing so many plays here, because IP Masquerena comes through. And it's now the standby phase, the main phase, and an opportunity for Van to play a golem that guards the Millennium Treasures of their own. We're getting into this game. It's another 2,000 life points hit that Van intentionally takes. We saw them do this in game 1. We see them do it again as the Wedu Temple is now in the hand for Van. But what will GG Op do about it? Both players at 6,000 life points from the Golem. Oh, we're going to see an effect come through, which is going to remove 2 cards from the board, and the Promethean Priestess is going to enter the mixer. And do you know what else is going to enter the mixer? Of course, it's that Wedu Temple, which was previously added to the hand. That is going to be the field spell for Van. 4 cards in hand, but not anymore. The Droll Bird is going to be played down as a continuous, as is this other monster, Senjin Wakes. From the Millennium Treasure, maybe? In comes the Nightmare Phoenix. And that is going to be a nightmare for Van to deal with. Because it's going to remove Senjin. That draw and lock bird down as a continuous trap is not something I've ever seen before. And that triple D wave high King Caesar is looking menacing. It's got 2 exceeds attached. I'm loving the soundtrack. My first time seeing a lot of these boards. I'm clicking with curiosity. What would be particularly funny is I almost knocked my coffee over, and that would have been absolute curtains, was if the players could see me clicking the board while I'm spectating. I have a feeling that might not end well. I think that the players might ask for a new caster if that was the case. As the Snake Eyes Poplar goes through into hand. That Nightmare Phoenix and the Triple D still about. Triple D is going to activate the quick effect. It's going to detach and exceeds, and the Snake Eye Poplar is targeted, I believe. Draw and lock bird of GG Op Zone. Draw and lock bird looking very popular for these players. Yep. Look at that. That Triple D. It detached a exceeds card to deal with it, but that Snake Eyes Poplar is of course now back as a continuous spell. And those 2 cards are going to be turned suddenly into the Snake Eyes Doomed Dragon. Well, not so doomed in this position unless the Triple D is able to contend with it and it detaches that last exceeds material. The Snake Eye Ash now comes through. 1 card in hand for each player. You can send 2 face-up cards you control in the graveyard. It's going to use that. And the field spell! And it's going to be the concession. And we're going to go to a game 3. Wow, fast-paced action. GG. Oh, wait! GG Op, no! We're not going to game 3. My mistake. Apologies. Oh, my goodness. GG Op is not messing around here. They have just conceded twice. And it is going to be Van in dominant fashion going through. Well, let's hop on board with another game. We'll jump in live with the action. We don't know the score in terms of games here. But let's jump in with Chris, who we saw much earlier on. Chris went first in this game. Maybe we should try and find a deck we haven't seen so far. I don't want to click end of matching though, in case I'm assuming I can click end of match and it will just mean that I leave. But I'm not going to click it in case I do something I'm not supposed to and I ruin everything. That sounds like a little bit of a risk that I'm not willing to take. We've got Chris versus Hans. That was record speed in that series. GG Op had seen enough. It was 14 minutes, not even. As we do see the Bistral Rebellion come through. This is the 4th round of the tournament. There will be, after this, 3 more rounds. Of course, that top 8, top 4, and the final. But I believe that the final might be more than a best of 3. But I'm going to get that confirmed for you. Because we want to put on a real show for you all. Betrayal comes through. Negating the effect. I've also got to make sure I save myself a little bit. Still with the finals to come. I hope everyone's enjoying the show. Appreciate you all being here. Bystro Drew Swarm comes through. And that's the game. Just like that. Blink and I missed it. But Chris surrendering. Let's try and hop on with someone we've not seen yet to see if we can get... I want to try and see some Blue Eyes Primite. I have a feeling I might be a little bit optimistic for that, but I'm curious nonetheless. Let's hop on live with another game and just try and see if we can... Oh my god! Look at that. I want the Blue Eyes Primite. I find the Blue Eyes Primite. And Doodoo. Doody. Sorry, Doody, about that. Slight mispronunciation. Doody takes it. I'm going to see if we can wait and watch if this is going to another game. We know that Doody is at least 1-up. We don't know if it's 1-0, 2-0, 1-0 or 1-1. But I want to watch some Blue Eyes Primite because I've actually played that deck and I'm going to be really, really curious to see how the best players maneuver their way through it. Hasn't started yet, but hopefully soon. All right, let's go. Here we go. We know that Duty won at least one game. We don't know if it's 1-1 or if it's 1-0, but if Duty wins, they are through. That much we certainly know. And Duty will be going first. Tempai Dragon. That's not a card I played in my Blue Eyes deck. If it's normal summons, you can set... Wait, Sangan Summoning. Maybe it was... Is this a Blue Eyes deck? These are cards I've never seen in a Blue Eyes deck. I'm very interested in this. The Sangan Summoning. This card is a trend that you can target one during its synchro summon. Oh, I am curious about this one. What's this little emblem they've got here? What does that mean, everybody in chat? If you could let me know. I'd be very curious in finding out more. Tempai Dragon, Genroku. Maxi! Every time a card is special summoned, DG will draw a card, and that can get out of hand very quickly. How do you contend with Maxi? Do you just stop special summoning? Do you special summon to a certain point? That is the age-old question, and sometimes there just isn't a good answer. And the answer for Duty is going to be not to play into it. The power of Maxi. It didn't draw many cards, but it doesn't matter. It just stops Duty in their tracks. And can DG now start getting some tempo advantage? The Fiend Smith Engraver is going to be discarded. And the Fiend Smith track will be added to hand. Fiendsmith tracked. It's going to add a Light Fiend monster from your deck to your hand and then discard a card, but discarding cards sounds bad, but in Yu-Gi-Oh! Being able to populate your graveyard can be oh so powerful. So it could be a double upside on the Fiendsmith track, and the Fabled Luri is going to be added to hand, and the card that's discarded is the Fabled Luri, I think. And if it's discarded, special summon it. Look at the combo. I like the look of that a lot. Been seeing these cards a lot, but it's really nice for me to just start getting a bigger and better understanding of the synergies and the combos, and that is a very, very good one. And now the Fabled Luri is going to be tributed. See you later, Fabled Luri. For now, it's going to be a link to the Fiendsmith's Requiem. We've seen it all day so far. It's going to be tributed with the quick effect, and in comes the Fiendsmith Engraver just for good measure. Who can blame DG? DG versus Duty. That Max C from DG just giving them a really nice opportunity here to strike and try and gain a ton of tempo. We're going to see that minus 2,000 from DG. 6,000 life points. Duty's in the lead in terms of life points, but that's about it right now. More cards in hand for DG. And the monster at the moment, especially now with more attacking points. In comes the golem that guards the Millennium Treasures into hand for DG. And it's going to be placed in the spell and trap zone as a continuous face-up continuous spell. Will we see the minus 2,000 life points? Absolutely we will. DG, life points are a resource, is the motto that DG is playing by in this game. As we see the Wedju Temple enter the hand, that field spell. Duty still with 8,000 life points, but that is where the advantages end. We're going to see that Fiendsmith Requiem activating from the graveyard, sorry. The Engraver's going to be buffed with the equip spell for the Fiendsmith Requiem. And that Tempire Dragon, I don't think is going to be around much longer. See you later, alligator. The Fiendsmith track is being banished. And fusion summoning a Fiendsmith from the extra deck. DG is not messing about here, and really it's been the story of Max C. Just Duty didn't feel confident enough to play into the Max C, but they had to. Well, they chose not to, and you can see why they didn't want to. Like, Max C's just insane, right? Like, you can't play into it, and if you don't play into it, this happens. Very nutty card. Seems to me like the best card in the game. Fiendsmith's Engraver comes through. Checking the time on the round, we've still got a fair old while to go in this one with 30 minutes. No, not even. We're only 25 minutes into the round. 45-minute round, so the players have got 20 minutes left. We don't know if this is 1-0 or 1-1. Thanks, Van. Dude, that's awesome. We loved your win, Van. We enjoyed watching it. That's really cool, mate. I appreciate you. It was a dominant win, Van. The quickest of the day. Tempire Dragon. Genroku gets taken down. And the Triple D Wave High King Cesar is sealing the deal here, surely. And it was all about the Max C that never was. But the Effect Veiler might have some other ideas here. And imagine if Duty here can pull off a lightning strike. The Effect Veiler negating the effect of the Wave High King Caesar. And does that potentially leave DG vulnerable to a play like a lightning strike? Maybe. We'll have to see. Maybe not. Just theorizing here. I'm no expert. I'm trying my best to be an expert, but I'm absolutely not. I am the man that went 0-3 at regionals last week. That is what I am. If this card is normal summoned, the Tempai Dragon then comes through. Duty starting to at least create a little bit of something after a very rough opening turn. The zombie vampire comes through. 3,000 attack points, 2,800 defense points on that zombie vampire. Ash Blossom! You've just been waiting and waiting, and Duty strikes with that Ash Blossom at the perfect moment, negating the zombie vampire. And Duty, they have some tricks, that's for sure. But only one card left in hand. And it's going to be revealed as the Bistral Drew Swarm. First in, last out, chain resolution. So the Drew Swarm is going to go and activate first. And it will be summoned. But 2,500 attack points is not going to be able to compete with the attack points that DG has. Okay, some card abilities have been negated, but they've still got big stats. And big stats win duels sometimes. And they will on this occasion. We don't know if that was game 2 or game 3 because we jumped in halfway through, but we definitely know that Duty only has one win. So that was either a 2-1 win for DG, or more likely we're going to be going to game 3, and we're going to try and see if we can hop on with the possible game 3. We will wait and see if these players start up another game. We know there's a game 3. And if they don't start up another game, guess what? There isn't a game 3. I'm like, call me Sherlock Holmes, mate. T2's game's still ongoing. Have a little look at the rest. There was only 8 tables here. Still got at least 2 games on it. It's possible that might have been game 3. It wasn't. We're hopping in with game 3 live now. This is it. The top 16, game number 3. It's a 1-1 score. Both these players looking to put their place into that top 8. Duty will be going first. I want to see a Blue Eyes White Dragon, and we're going to start off with a Primite Lordy Load. That is a card I'm familiar with in the Blue Eyes decks. Some of the other cards, not so much. That's the card I'm certainly familiar with. It's Ash Blossom. No Lordy Load for you, mate. Duty has their Lordy Load negated by the powerful, the wondrous Ash Blossom. But the Wishes for Eyes of Blue comes through, discarding a card from hand and adding a tuner and another Blue Eyes. It was the Bistral Magnum Hut discarded. Not a card I played in my Blue Eyes deck at all. Certainly the Wishes for Eyes of Blue I did, and the Majesty of the White Dragon will be added, and also it's going to be that Sage with Eyes of Blue. Sage of Eyes of Blue can find the Maiden. The Maiden can be discarded. The discarded Maiden can be summoned. You find the field spell. You link. You do the other stuff. But does DG have another negate? Because it could be all important. Do they have a negate? DG, all eyes on them. No, the Maiden's found. Call me a wizard. I predicted that. The Maiden now can be... Well, it can be discarded, but it's going to be instead the Link with the Spirit with Eyes of Blue. Now, that's going to trigger the effect, and you're going to summon in the Mausoleum of White into hand. It's a field spell, which can discard a Blue Eyes White Dragon, essentially, from your deck. The Maiden is now going to be triggered. It's going to go to the discard. The one deck I've played, guys. And the True Light is summoned thanks to the Maiden. The Mausoleum comes through. The Mausoleum effect is going to be triggered. It's going to give 800 attack points to the Spirit with Eyes of Blue. Discarding a Blue Eyes White Dragon. The Blue Eyes White Dragon is going to go into the graveyard. Preferably from the deck and not from the hand. That's exactly what happens. But you might think 1,100 attack points, that's dangerous. Well, don't get used to it, because it's going to be special summoned. Well, it's going to be tributed with the effect to special summon a Blue Eyes White Dragon. On turn 1, bam! You might be impressed, but in comes the Maiden. And now you might see the double tribute on the Blue Eyes and on the Blue and the Maiden for that Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon, which has that negate effect. I am so fascinated to see how Duty maneuvers their way through this one. They've got the opening combo. Nothing has surprised me yet. Are they going for the fusion? The Wishes for Eyes of Blue is going to be discarded, banished rather, and then you're going to attach the Blue Eyes fusion monster, the Neo Blue Eyes ultimate, to the Blue Eyes White Dragon, and that's going to allow you to summon in my favorite card in this deck, which is the other fusion monster. But it doesn't have a negate. It leaves Duty potentially vulnerable. But are they going to go for it anyway? They could have gone for the Spirit Dragon, but it seems as though they're going to go for the fusion play. My favorite. No, it is still the Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon. So I'm not sure what was the need to... Oh, I get it! They discarded... Okay, I get it. They used the attach because now the True Light can find a unique copy of a card, and they're going to get another one of the Wishes for Eyes of Blue in hand. That's not a play I'd ever considered before. But it all makes sense, and I'm fascinated to watch. There it is! Roar of the Blue-Eyed Dragon is the one I meant. Oh my days. And it's going to be triggered immediately. It wasn't actually the one I meant. I'm still a bit confused as to why they did that, but I think it's to set up the True Light for the future turn. They did it to set it up for the future turn. But it also means now... Oh no, but it also just gets the equip monster in the discard, which has a negation effect. Honestly, fascinating. I'm enjoying watching a deck I actually understand how it works and I've played, because I can start seeing the high level stuff, which I never would have done myself. I never would have made these plays. And I'm fascinated to see how they work out for Duty. Yeah, thanks, Kings of Kings. It all makes sense. I worked it out as I was going along. Right? I was like, okay, I can see it. And it means that the True Light is going to be able to potentially search for that again next turn. We see a couple of cards set, maybe a Drill Beam. But Nib! The Nib of Dreams comes through from DG, and that might be all she wrote, because Duty's Blue Eyes are no more. And Nib, the primal being, has entered the field. But that is a big old token on the other side. Duty with a 5,800 token. Now, the way I won my game last week, guys, was I used a big nib like this, and then do you know what I followed it up with? Change of heart. Bam. And that's how I won my only game. I still lost 2-1 in the overall match, but that was my combo. I nibbed him, and then I used change of heart for the token. Don't mind if I do. Video coming soon. I did a big video where I tried to learn how to play Yu-Gi-Oh! In a few days and competed at a nationals event. That video is a work in progress, which I'm really excited to share at some point in the near future. But how on earth does DG deal? Excuse me, that was a hiccup at an unfortunate moment. How does DG deal with this massive token? Because that is a big old token. And there's still two cards set. There's still the Lordy Load had its effect negated by Ash Blossom. But the True Light's still good to go. Fabled Lure added into hand. This can be discarded. Excuse me. When it's discarded, it can be special summoned, of course. It's way too late to be drinking coffee, but I want to make sure that I've got all the energy for you guys as we get onto the championship side of the bracket. Fiendsmith Requiem's going to come in. Yeah, thanks, King of Kings. Hope you're good, mate. Great to see you. We're going to see the Crimson Tears doing the business. But what has Duty got set? That is the question. And how will this one develop? What is DG going to do about that huge token in defense mode? Because the nib is great and all, but you've still got a 5,800 staring you down. And there's still, of course, an abundance of cards in the graveyard for Duty, including that negate effect. It's going to be Necroquip Princess on the board for DG. In this game number 3, this all-important game number 3, the top 16. Dominus Purge comes through. And that is going to be a negation. No effect for you. But it does also mean that you can't use the effects of Dark Water or Fire monsters for the rest of this duel. So no Ash Blossom available for Duty, at least not with an effect. You could still play it, I guess. But that's not exactly what you want to be doing with an Ash Blossom. No cards in hand for Duty, 2 for DG. But that True Light is a powerful tool indeed. But do you know what else is a powerful tool? It's the Bestial Lubellin. And do you know what else is a powerful tool? The Primal Being token. That is a lot of stats, mate. In comes the Majesty of the White Dragon. That was a known quantity, actually. Duty did reveal that trap card with their... when they had to add it to their hand, and they are going to reveal Blue Eyes and deal swiftly with that big powerful monster on the other side of the field. Loving the tunes, loving the company, loving the game. It's Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Challenger Cup Top 16 Game 3 as the Crim of the Crimson Tears is going to be tributed. And Nib is left alone for a moment, but it won't be but for a moment, because here we go. It's going to be the Chaos Angel. And that's one way to deal with the Primal Being token, but will you go for the True Light instead? But no! The Infinite Impermanence is going to negate it. See you later, alligator. And it was set the previous turn, so is it going to destroy it? No, it's... okay, that's the one that's going to... yeah, it's got the column effect. I remember now, my mistake there. So Chaos Angel and Nib are standing tall, but Duty's Primal Being token is not to be messed with, and that True Light is still standing tall. The Fieldsmith Engraver enters the field. It is an exciting back and forth game number 3 here in the top 16. Duty playing the only deck that I've ever played in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. That Blue Eyes Primite deck. I only started last week. The Fiendsmith has been dominating in the tournament so far from what we've been watching. Duty is looking to cause an upset here, despite being well and truly undeniably nibbed. Don't forget as well about that fusion monster in the graveyard for Duty, but don't forget about the Fiendsmith's Desiree. 2,800 attack points, but that is no match for the Primal Being token. And does DG have a way of dealing with it? A change of heart right now would be great, mate. That would be a play straight out of the old Speci playbook, that one. I'm still proud of myself for pulling off that combo. I mean, I didn't even know it was a combo until I drew the change of heart, but there we go. I believed in the heart of the cards, and that's all that mattered. That is the only win I've got to my name in a physical Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournament. But we are going to see the Fiendsmith's Lacrima. Can they deal with this Primal Being token? There's no cards in hand for Duty. It's all that's standing in their way right now. Okay, there's the True Light, which is a menacing card. But if DG can deal with the Primal Being token, they could secure the game very quickly. The True Light's going to be activated though from Duty because it is a trap card. It can be triggered in your opponent's turn. They've been waiting and they found the moment to do it. But what will they do? Is it going to be a Blue Eyes, or more likely are they going to be using the effect to play a special card from their deck and set it? Let us find out as it is going to resolve. The True Light. It's going to be a Blue Eyes in attack mode. But the True Light's been destroyed. And you know what that means. If this card is sent to the graveyard, destroy all monsters. But now the Maiden's going to come through. Are we going to see the negate? I'm a little bit confused as what's happening right now, guys. I'm not going to lie. The Maiden's being added to the chain, as is the Drew Swarm. The Maiden's going to be banished. And it is going to be a destroy. I suppose the True Light could not be prevented from being destroyed. And I have a feeling, guys, listen, it's a bold prediction. I'm going to make a prediction. I think DG's winning this one, guys. I think DG's winning this one, guys. I don't want to call it too early. What a prediction. DG did, in fact, do it. Very well played. Commiserations to our Blue Eyes player, Duty. But it was a lot of fun to see the lines, the plays. But DG books their place into the top 8. We'll be right back with the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Challenger Cup top 8 after a short break. Welcome back, everybody, to round of the top 8. It's round 5, top 8. And we are going to be jumping in straight with the action. Last night, 7-7, up against Van. They've used the Draw and Lock bird. We can see the Sengen Wakes on the field here for last night. We saw Van absolutely dominating in the previous round, just winning so quickly. Can they pull off a similar miracle as we're going to see that golem that guards the Millennium Treasures as a continuous and then as a monster 4,000 life point hit in order to pull both of these off, but it might prove to be worth it for last night as they now get in the Moon of the Closed Heaven already. But it's not going to stay here for much longer because it's going to be turned into the Fiendsmith Requiem. That's one way to do it. The Fiendsmith Requiem is going to be tributed. And in comes the Lacrima, the Crimson. Tears. Activated effect. Last night 7-7 is doing this so quickly. They know exactly what they want to do. They know exactly what they're trying to pull off. They are not messing about here. The Fiendsmith Engraver is going to be activating its effect in the graveyard. It's going to be special summoned. Welcome back. This is turn 1. Van with 4 cards in hand. I think it might have been a Drawn and Lock bird that we saw them play. Was a Drawn and Lock bird in play. So you can't be adding cards to hand this turn for either player, but that's going to be particularly important for last night. The Drawn and Lock bird was played by Van, so last night having to be perhaps a little bit creative in how they approach this one, but still there's 4 cards available for Van. Do they have some negates? Are they just waiting for the right moment, or is last night just going to be free to combo here? We will wait and see with bated breath as the Fiendsmith Engraver enters the field yet again. The Fiendsmith, Lacrima, and the Sequence now making a trio of Fiendsmith monsters. And that trio is gonna combine to form Apollousa, Bow of the Goddess. I think it's my first time ever seeing it, but it's got a 75% win rate on appearance, and that is a pretty good win rate. Once per chain, when your opponent activates a monster, you can make this card lose exactly energy attack if you do negate the effect. Oh my days. That is a very powerful negation tool. In comes Infinite Impermanence. It's going to try and negate the effect of Apollousa, and it will. Setting it... Wait. It set it to 0. Oh my days. Oh my days. The Apollousa... It has all this powerful negate effects, but it needs attacking points. And Van has found the weakness and said, whoa, what if you've got 0 points, mate? Then you've got no negation and the Requiem is down, but not for long. It's going to be tributed. And I think that Van might be in a strong position here based off that play. But last night, still with 3 cards in hand, might have some tricks of their own planned. We'll have to wait and see. It's an impermanence of their own. It was a trap card that had been set. And it is going to resolve. It's going to go through and the Crimson Tears will be negated. No effect for you, Van. But the Fiendsmith is safe in the graveyard to continue doing things. It's going to be used as an equip. Extra attack points provided, and we go straight into the battle phase. 0 attack points is not a lot, and last night with just 2,200 life points remaining is in serious danger here. We've got a new little theme tune for the rest of this duel. As a result, of course, they spent 4,000 life points summoning in some cards of their own. They tributed those cards to get in that effect negation, but the effect negation is no more. So last night needs to make a comeback immediately here because they are in a perilous position. Fiendsmith Engraver is going to start things off for last night. 7-7-7. It comes in down in attack mode, but it's going to be immediately tributed and linked into the Requiem. The Requiem is going to be tributed, but called by the grave. Target one monster in your opponent's graveyard and banish it. That is a humongous moment. No Requiem for you. Van is not messing about here. They still have 2 cards in hand. That Requiem has been banished and will not be causing them any more problems. Wanted Seeker of Sin, something or other, comes through. It's all happening so quickly I can barely keep up. It's going to be the Golem. It's going to come through. Last Night has just 200 life points remaining. They cannot call in the Golem that guards the treasures. I mean, they can, but they would lose the game if they did so. So I don't think they will. Just a hunch. I'm a man of bold predictions. What can I say? 200 life points remaining. There's some very bad cards that would win the game here. Of course, Van's not going to play those cards, but like, deal 500 life points directly to your opponent. That's like the kind of card I would have played in 2002. Right now, that would be tremendous, but I don't think Last Night should be worried, and clearly they're not worried about that. 200 life points, truly using their life points as the resource that they can be. But they have to be really careful about leaving anything in attack position, of course, because that could also open up the opportunity for Van to seal the deal. We are going to see the Divine Temple of the Snake Eye come through. Some big buffs on the attack for the Snake Eyes. Snake Eye Ash, as well as another Snake Eye going to be tributed, and in comes the Snake Eye Oak now. 2,000 attack points. 1,900 for the Snake Ash. Last Night is hanging on in there by the skin of their teeth, but they're starting to take control of the board as we see the I still don't quite know how to pronounce this. Linkuriba. Yeah, Linkuriba. Let's go with that. Van with 6,800 life points with 2 cards in hand. Last Night with just 1 card available. Oh, we're going to see a Link. It's going to go through. The Snake Eyes. Diabell Star is now a continuous spell, but for how long that remains to be seen. It looks like it's going to continue being a continuous spell. But Van only needs like one little opportunity to attack with a monster, and they could win the game. So Last Night has to play perfectly here. They can't afford a single mistake. They are on their very last couple hundred of life points. But they are about to make some powerful plays. The Link. The Promethean Princess, of course. The Bestower of Flames comes through. 2,700 attack points. But it's the Nib of Dreams. The Max C response from Last Night. But the Nib will go through. It's going to surely secure the victory for Van. They have to sacrifice their own card, but the Nib is going to be summoned. And the token is absolutely gigantic, but it's not quite big enough to seal the deal in a single attack here. That's important. Oh my goodness. Doesn't that cost you life points to do? Doesn't that cost you life points to do? Target one monster card on the field instead. Okay, so they didn't have to pay the life point cost. They didn't lose the game. That's quite good. That always helps if you don't have to lose the game to play a card. And there we do see the continuous trap. Surely not be that much of a continuous trap after all. As the Snake Eyes now enters the field as a monster. The Nib, though, is still standing tall with 3,000 attack points. But could Last Night switch the Primal Being token into attack position? I'm assuming you can't until next turn. Yeah. But the Snake Eyes Diabell Star is going to take an attack. It's going to be set as this continuous spell, as is Nib, and it's going to be a direct attack down to Van's life points. Van, one card in hand, 4,800 life points, and the Furalos comes through just for good measure. Just going to be played down here as a monster. What can Van do as Last Night continues to make plays? It's another link. It's the IP Masquerena. Van needs direct damage, and they need it quick. But Last Night is not done yet. The Snake Eyes Doom Dragon comes through now. Only 800 attack points on the IP. But they can link summon something on top of it and get down a bigger card. So Van needs to try and get at least like 3,200 attack points down to be able to attack the Snake Eyes Doom Dragon. It is a nail biter. It's the tightest game we've seen so far. It's the Requiem, but that Max C came through. That's going to be another card draw for Last Night, but it is now Van's turn. 2 cards in hand. The Requiem on the board. 200 life points is all that they need to achieve. They can't go directly to life points because of the defense position. Primal Being token. They have to surely win this turn, or that Primal Being will change to attack mode and it will be curtains. But this is just game 1 of 3, let's not forget, in this top 8 battle of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Challenger Cup. Brought to you by me, your boy, your chap, the man that went 0-3 at regionals last week, the man in gold rank of Master Duel. The Nib, as that continuous trap, is gonna be... Oh my days. It's being played against Van. The Nib has had a change of heart, figuratively, and it's joined Last Night's side of the board for now. But Van, with 900 attack points, even if they wanted to try and go into IP, that wouldn't be enough. But I think IP would be able to fusion summon anyway, or sorry, link summon a bigger monster. That Requiem still has the effect, which I believe is able to be triggered. It's a nail biter. It's been a bit reckless from Last Night, but recklessly calculated. But Van is not done. But Ash Blossom! Out of nowhere. That's going to seal the deal. Ash Blossom. Wow, Last Night takes game number 1. And Van, who we saw have a dominant top 16 win in about 5 minutes, they won 2 games, is down 1-0. Let's jump in, though, with game number 2 when they're ready. As the players get ready to rejoin. Excuse me. I had a long old day yesterday. I had a great sleep, but a long old day. I left home at about 7 AM, got home at about 1 AM. It was that kind of that kind of day. It was a fun day, but it was a long day. Here we go. Last night has decided to go second, so Van will kick things off. Let me get that score adjusted, because it was Van that lost. We do see the Primate Dragon combo from Beryl, putting the Lordy Load on the field, and that Drill Beam into hand. Maxi, hello! Just like that, every single time, Van is going to special summon. Last night is going to have an opportunity to draw a card. Ash Blossom! What an opening hand for last night. The Ash Blossom and the Maxi. No wishes for Eyes of Blue for you, they say. And Van is seemingly in a tight spot already. The game has barely begun, but the Drill Beam is going to be put down and set onto the board. What's the Primite package going to be doing, though, for Van? That's what we all wait with bated breath to see. Well, you might not, but I do. You might know what's coming. I don't. The Lordy Load second effect is going to come through. You can declare one normal monster name. I've seen this with Blue Eyes White Dragon. It is a Blue Eyes deck all along. That's crazy. We haven't seen that from Van. I think the thing is that Van just won the other games in the previous round so quickly, I didn't even realize they're playing a Blue Eyes deck. That's absurd. Wowza. That's absurd. Blue Eyes White Dragon. Really surprised me. I'm really surprised, actually. But there we are. It's the good kind of surprise, because I get to watch a deck I've actually got a little bit of an understanding about, having played it. Interested to see the lines that Van might take. 2 card set. One is that Primite Drill Beam. We don't know what the other is, and nor does last night. Looks like the Ethel might be being triggered from the graveyard. Oh no, it's going to be the Golem that guards the treasures. My apologies there. Last night. It is their turn. It's that minus 2,000. We see them do on it. We've seen them do it a few times. Using their life points as a resource to get extra monsters on the field. It makes sense. It really does. But it's time for the Drill Beam. And that Golem of the Gods that... The Golem that guards the Millennium Treasures is no more. And it costs 2,000 life points as well. So the Drill Beam, damn, putting in a serious performance here. A serious performance. Blue Eyes White Dragon is on the board for last night. They didn't get that Spirit Dragon through, though. No Maiden available for last night as it stands. Which makes you have to wonder what is in their hand. Is it some sort of Maxi, Droll and Lock Bird? Are we going to be seeing a... Excuse me. Are we going to be seeing a... Effect Veiler, perhaps? It's a moment of reflection and consideration for last night. 777. Sorry, just 3 sevens. In comes the Ghost Ogre. As does the original Sinful Spoils. The Ghost Ogre is going to be sent to the graveyard to special summon a level 1 monster from your hand or deck. I would imagine it's going to be the deck. I would certainly imagine it's going to be coming from the deck. It seems like Last Night's in a bit of a precarious position here. The sequencing seems to be a little bit, you know? A little bit, Maybe I'm wrong. I'm ready to eat my words. But Last Night doesn't seem to be feeling too comfortable. We've seen them play very quickly on previous occasions, but they've really slowed this one down. Van with that blue eyes. And there's the effect Veiler. The blue eye, the Snake Eyes Poplar. No, but Call from the Grave comes through. And it's going to target the effect Veiler. And I assume that's going to mean that no effect comes through from the effect Veiler. So a very nice little chain there. And basically, all is as it begun. The effect Veiler tried to cancel the effect, but it got its own effect negated. So it didn't negate the effect. Which means the original effect was not negated because the thing that negated the thing's negation got negated. Capiche? That was me trying to be, you know, inject a little bit of comedy into this one, guys. I'm not so sure that it worked, but there was an attempt at comedy there. Snake Eyes, Diabell Star is going to be tributed, and in comes the Link. Kurama. See how I did that? Nice. Snake Eyes Poplar. Snake Eyes Diabell Star. Ash Blossom from the disc, from the graveyard coming through as a continuous spell as well. And Last Night, like, I thought they were in a precarious position, but they're doing some stuff here. And there's only one card in hand for Van, and that is a big finisher, the Snake Eyes Doom Dragon. And the Blue Eyes White Dragon, the legendary dragon, is now a not so legendary continuous spell. Diabell Star, the Black Witch, comes through into the mix. Wow, 4 monsters now for Last Night. No cards left in hand, though, but they do now have the Wanted Seeker of Sinful Spoils. 2,500, 2,800, and just for good measure, Van has been taken down in dominant fashion, and Last Night is into the top 4, everybody. Oh my goodness, just like that, blink and you would have missed it. Commiserations to Van. But a big, big job well done. We do have 2 other of the top 8. Let's jump in live with Doggy versus DG. We don't know the score in terms of games on this one, but we will jump in regardless. We see a nib on the side for DG. DG went second in this game, and they have that big, fat nib down. No token either on the side of Dogi's board. It looks like they might have attributed it to get the Requiem in, perhaps. Ash Blossom card back is the option here for Doggy. Doggy. I don't know why I'm saying Doggy. It's literally just Doggy, mate. Lacrima, the Crimson Tears. The Requiem is going to trigger the effect. DG with just 3 cards in hand. Doggy with 5. I'm going to look through the graveyards. Quite a lot available there. Only the Bystro Drew Swarm, though, for DG. Doggy seems to be in a good spot despite that nib. If they can stabilize here, you have to fancy them, but we'll have to see if I'm right on my prediction. Because I have been wrong before. That is for sure. Here we go. The Requiem. It's not the first time we've seen it today, and I'm sure it won't be the last. Three cards in hand for DG, 5 on the other side for Doggy. These players are in the top 8. We started with 128 duelists, and soon we will be down to just 4. The Fiendsmith Engraver. DG's taken quite a lot of time on these plays, wanting to make sure they get everything right. They're not in their comfort zone. They're not in their, normal line where everything's just easy. They're having to think a little bit outside the box, perhaps, here as the Bestial Boardrake comes through. It's going to be special summoned. Unless DG has something to say about that, but it doesn't appear as though that they do. It does not appear that they do. Definitely taking quite a long time on these decisions. Needs to be careful of the time limitations, of course. Will be the resolution. He's going to go through. Whoa! Look at that. See that? I got a pack, mate. Should I open a pack after this game? I feel like I'm a bit worried this one might go to time, like within the in-game time. Like if you exceed the time limit. Maxi comes through. You thought Doggy already had a lot of cards, so get ready for a lot more, mate. Get ready for a whole lot more. The Bistral Drew Swarm on the other side for DG. It is going to come through Thirst, so it will be special summon before the Max C can trigger. So that is going to deny a card draw. I like that decision from DG, utilizing the effect of the chain, first in, last out, to their advantage. Some might say that, Heart Crew. Maxi is you can play it in your opponent's turn, and every time they special summon, you draw a card. Fiendsmith Engraver comes through. And there, it was special summon. Look at that Maxi for Doggy drawn. 4 cards in hand now for Doggy. The Fiendsmith in Paradise. Can banish a Fiendsmith monster. And the Desiree was chosen. And now, shuffle a Fiendsmith monster and you get rid of the Fiendsmith Engraver on the other side. Happy days. 2 cards to 4 cards in hand is the discrepancy. That nib is looking pretty powerful though. Bam! 500 attack points dealt to Doggy. And just for good measure, the defense mode monster also dealt with. But DG only 2 cards in hand. Not exactly the most impressive board I've ever seen. And Doggy with 4. But they might have wanted to not special summon there because of the Max C. So they might have some more tricks up their sleeve. They set a card. Maxi maybe just putting DG off from wanting to do any big combo plays. But what do they have set and what do they have in hand? It's going to be Beryl. Is there an effect negation available here for DG to stop the Primate Lordy Load being added into hand for Doggy? It is the impermanence that is going to stop the effect going through. No Primate engine for you, says DG. But does Doggy have another trick up their sleeve? They send the Bistral Libellon to the graveyard. They draw the Bistral Drew Swarm. The Bistral Drew Swarm can be special summoned. But DG Yeah, and DG had a card banished from their graveyard. And the Drew Swarm is going to be tributed. It probably is going to be the Bystral Lubellin comes in now. It is a back and forth game. It is going to be a tight one, I feel, but Doggy is looking to turn up the burner as the nib is dealt with. The nib has been absolutely dealt with. And the branded regain, it looks like Doggy is making me eat my words immediately because I think Doggy has taken over this game. But don't forget, there's one card in hand for DG still. And that could be all important. Sometimes all you need is one card at the right time to flip everything on its head as the Fiendsmith Requiem comes in. The Fiendsmith Requiem is going to activate his ability. And the Fiendsmith Engraver enters the board. The Requiem triggers the effect. It's going to give 600 attack points as an equip. And the Fiendsmith Engraver is then going to trigger its ability, banishing both the Requiem and the opposing card. But as is the Dry Swarm also going to trigger its effect and send the Fiendsmith to the graveyard. But then this can trigger its effect in the graveyard and it's going to special summon a card. The Fiendsmith Engraver! Oh my goodness, that is very good. And DG just has one card now in hand, but Doggy has a monster on the field and 3 cards in hand. Dippity is going to be fused for the Fiendsmith Lacrima. Bam! Just like that. Doggy's still behind in terms of life points, but seemingly ahead in every other department. So you can't imagine that life point lead is going to last too much longer as the Fiendsmith sequence enters the field. And that is going to be the concession. We don't know the score in this one. There was a score up there, but we joined this one halfway through. So we're not actually sure if that was the last game or not. We will let you know. Let's actually just... I want to keep hopping in with some of the other games, seeing some of the other decks in the top 4. Let's get back on board with T2, who we did watch back in around the 32, come out on top. What are they playing against? It looks like a Blue Eyes deck, and it looks like T2. I think T2 won it, guys. Oh, they're still playing here. Just no, it's T2 versus T2, mate. It's the battle of friends. And it is a Primite deck. But is it a Blue Eyes deck? Well, there was a Blue Eyes there. I've never seen this card before. It's T2 versus T2. It's friend on friend. It's teammate on teammate. Or perhaps it's just a giant coincidence. Or perhaps it's the battle of the T2 hyphens versus the T2 space. They're opposing clans. They personally think it should be a hyphen. They personally think it's a space. What will win? Will it be hyphen or space? Find out all soon. So yeah, again, we're not sure of the score of these games because we're hopping in halfway through them because the feature match that we started with ended first. But rather than just showing you a BRB screen, let's just jump on and see some of the action. Fallen of Albaz. Fallen of Albaz. Have a good Hot Crew. Thanks for being here, mate. Oh! Click. I don't know quite what's happening at the moment. We'll work it out. 2,000 life points for Scar. 2,600 for Abamod. It is an Albaz, but it looks like Scar's going to come out on top of this one, right? I'm trying to work out why there's like craters in the board, but I think that's just the board effect. Battle phase. There is the seal there, which can be... has a quick effect. The Majesty of Wild Dragon. I mean, this one's surely Scars, but the branded in red is going to flip afterwards, and it's first in, last out, so the branded in red is going to resolve first. But the drill beam's going to add to the chain. It just looks unwinnable here for Abamod. The drill beam is going to remove that, I guess, and then the other thing's going to do with that. And suddenly, it's GG. Scar, 1 card in hand, 2,600 life points remaining, but a 2,900 attack point monster staring them down the barrel. And it looks like Scar is going to be taken out. T2 Abamod and proceeding into the top 4 as we enter the main phase. 2 Abamod. Will they play their card? Will they play their card? That is the big old question here. I'm going to vote no. And that's why you should never listen to me. Because they did. Scar is going to draw a card for turn. Will they proceed straight to the battle? Stand by. They will not. They will use the Primite Ethel Beryl Dragon thingamajiggamabobba. I keep wanting to call Beryl Ethel because of Ether Beryl. Battle phase! Attack! And T2 has been defeated. We don't know that that's necessarily the end of it, but you have to assume that it probably is. And I think that should be the round concluded, which would be 23 minutes, 8 minutes ahead of schedule. So we're going to go on a short break. I'll be right back with the top 4. Don't go anywhere. if you... There's not the end of the stream. That was a misclick. Welcome, everyone, to the top 4 of this amazing Master Duel tournament. 4 players left, and we are going to be jumping on with Scar versus Doggy. 2 players we did get to see a little bit of in the previous round. Scar with the branded regain. And that's it. That's it. Interesting. Doggy's going to draw. Doesn't seem like the most incredible start there for Scar. Doggy with the Fiendsmith Engraver. Coming through and entering the board. Oh, the graveyard rather. Fiendsmith Tactic. Little hand shuffle. Just to make sure that Scar's unable to track. And the Fiendsmith's tracked, sorry, is going to come through. Adding a Light Fiend monster from the deck to your hand and discarding a card. And I think we all know what it's going to... Oh, actually, I didn't know what it's going to be because the Lacrima's added to hand. But surely the card discarded will be... It certainly will be the Fabled Lurie. It was already in the hand after all. So Maxi comes through, though, for Scar. And those 3 cards in hand might suddenly change to a lot more. But the Ash Blossom response living up to the card sleeve. It's all about the Maxi and the Ash Blossom in this metagame. And the Ash Blossom for Doggy, all important. Now they are free to keep comboing without the threat of the Maxi card draw running away. And you have to say it doesn't look good for Scar. They played 1 card on their turn and didn't get any monsters down. And now their attempt at filling their hand with Maxi has been denied. But the Ash Blossom does still come through for Scar. And suddenly Scar looks to be back in this one, denying the Fiendsmith Requiem. Doggy, 4 cards in hand. The Engraver, though, in the graveyard, as is the Fabled Lurie. It's going to be a special summon of the Fiendsmith Engraver. It's going to be Lacrima, the Crimson Tears. 2 monsters on the board for Scar. 3 cards in hand. Just 2 cards in hand available for Scar. Sorry, 3 cards on board for Doggy. My apologies there. Hey, Antonio, it's going well. We're in the top 4. It's been a tight tournament so far. Scar just took down their seeming teammate in the last round. Been having a lot of fun learning some of the decks and how they operate as we go a little bit. But Fiendsmith, Requiem, and Ash Blossom and Maxi really have been everywhere, it seems. Especially the Ash Blossom and Maxi, of course, as you'd expect. But the Fiendsmith Requiem is looking to be in most of the top performing decks so far. It is going to be a fusion. The Fiendsmith Lacrima. 2,400 attack and defense points, but the Drew Swarm is the response here. It can be special summoned from hand, and it will be. And that has got a lot of stats of that 2,500 attack points. That is going to be overwhelming, potentially, the attack points of Lacrima. But does Doggy have a plan up their sleeve to get even more stats on the board this turn? Well, no, but they can lower the stats of Scar. 1,900 is not as impressive, and suddenly Doggy has the highest statted attack power monster on the field. 3 cards in hand for Doggy, 2 for Scar. That Maxi Ash Blossom moment earlier could be pivotal. The Requiem in the graveyard. It's going to be equipped. That's going to be 3,000, so even more attack points available now. But are we going to see the Requiem banished? Well, it's going to be a tribute instead for the Necroquip Princess. Only 2,000 attack points, though. But the Ball Drake can come through. Scar not content with just watching, because they have got a play of their own. It's going to be the Saronir, the Bystial Saronir. And it's going to enter the field. Doggy entering the end phase. They have less stats than their opponent, but of course, this card surely has some nice abilities. Add a Light Fiend from your deck. Is there any response from Doggy? Because that would seem like a good thing to negate and just stop any potential engines. Is that a negate? Don't believe so. But the Requiem comes through. Hey Bowser, great to see you. Hope you're good. Lacrima into hand. Lacrima. And we're about to see. Not sure what we're about to see. But yeah, welcome. We're in the top 4. It's the Requiem being tributed with that ability. I started Master Duel a week ago, so I'm definitely learning on the job a little bit here, but really enjoying the top players' performances here, seeing how their decks work, seeing how they sequence things, how they try and counter each other. Both players still with 8,000. No cards left for Scar. No secrets for Scar. So Doggy knows exactly what they need to play around now, because it's all available face up on the board. But does Scar have some opportunities to increase the power level of their board? Because while it's good, it's not outstanding yet. Not yet. The chain is about to begin. It hasn't yet begun being resolved, and that's because the Effect Veiler is going to deny the effect. And I love that from Doggy, just waiting and waiting and waiting and finding the right moment to go for that Effect Veiler. As soon as Scar has no other cards in hand, knows that there's going to be no response, and that is going to be guaranteed to resolve and go through. And Lacrima, the last card for Scar, has had its effect negated by the Effect Veiler, and Doggy still has those 2 cards in hand. And now it's time for the Necroquip Princess. Draws a card. Doggy getting the card draw engine through. 3 cards now available. Drawing cards is pretty good, I heard. Just a rumor. Bit of a moment to catch our breaths here in what has been a fast-paced start. Scar started on turn 1, just played a spell and nothing else, and they passed. And then Doggy did some stuff. There was a Max C attempt from Scar, but that Ash Blossom denied it. And I think ever since then, Scar's been on the back foot. But Scar will be linking the Fiendsmith Requiem. Of course, using that quick effect ability to special summon a Fiendsmith monster from hand or deck. And on this occasion, it's always going to be the deck, because there's no cards available in hand, which means there's no Fiendsmiths in hand. Of course, the deck, the preferred option anyway. The Engraver comes through in attack mode. It's going to be the Fiendsmith in Paradise. Activated on Scar's turn. And oh my goodness, what's about to happen? It's going to be the Fiendsmith's Desiree coming through. Or is it? Let's wait and see. The Engraver also going to the discard here. Into the graveyard, rather. One of the slower games we've seen so far. Both players not too sure on how to maneuver their way through this one, it seems. Definitely having to make some tough decisions. Well, in fairness, I think it's Scar in this position, just feeling like they are back against the wall a bit and wanting to really try and make sure that they squeeze out every last drop of potential from their plays. But it's short rounds, 45-minute rounds, and best of 3. So it's definitely within your interest to keep the pace up. It is going to be a best of 3 in the final as well. I think I said earlier it might be something different. I had a graphic which said best of 7, so I was thinking the final might be best of 7, but that's not the case. It's going to be best of 3 the whole way through. Constellar, Ptolemy, M7 comes through. $2,700 attack points, 2,000 defense. Once per turn, you can detach 1 material from this card, then target 1 monster. Maxi! Hello! That might give Scar a window of opportunity to regain themselves back into this game. Doggy knows it's there. The Engraver. It is in hand, the Maxi, but of course that could be a very powerful tool for Scar on the following turn and just slow Doggy down. Could have a long drawn out game as the Baldrake is going to be special summoned with the quick effect. Makes sense to do that before the potential Max C comes through. That's for sure. But it is a bit of a nail biter. Doggy still in the ascendancy. We are going to see that branded regain ability activated. And the second ability activated as well. It's going to be a special summon. Both abilities are going to resolve on the chain. Back to back. In comes the special summon, Bestial Saranir. And in comes the second ability. It's a card drawn. Scar, even on cards in hand, and suddenly seems to be dominating the board as we enter the battle phase. And this could be a huge moment as Scar goes in and deals big damage. But that Princess with the potential card draw engine is going to be left alone for now as they deal with the defense mode monster. Main phase 2 now. Will Scar want to do anything else, or will it be back on over to Doggy? And suddenly Scar has flipped the script in what is a nail-biting game number 1 here of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel in the Challenger Cup. But Scar is not done in the main phase 2 because they want to get in the Superstar Slayer. in defense mode, which is interesting. Going for the defense mode. And the Necro Quip Princess has been dealt with swiftly. What a play by Scar. What a turn. And they've got the Max C in hand as well as another card. And I thought that Scar was in a terrible position, but they have proved otherwise. As we see the Lordy load come through, it is going to be adding in Beryl to hand. Will we see Scar use that Max C? One other card that they put in hand. What was it? As we see the branded Regain come through. They're going to summon a monster of their own. One of the tightest games I've seen of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Challenger Cup this weekend. And it is only game 1 of 3, don't forget. 45-minute round, so the time is of the essence for these players. We are 14 minutes into this round. You need an average of 15 minutes per game if it goes all the way in a best of 3. So we are starting to enter that territory where players are going to need to start thinking about how quickly they want to play. The drill beam. Set. Both players with 2 cards in hand. Scar with a ever so slight edge in terms of life points. It's the Fiendsmith Engraver being discarded, allowing Doggy to add a spell or trap into hand. It's going to be the Fiendsmith's Tract. And it's now Doggy's turn to pause and slow down the game and think about their player. But it's going to be the Fiendsmith's Tract, adding a light fiend monster from deck and discarding a card. And it's no surprises to see what's been added. It's the Fabled Lurie, and the Fabled Lurie is swiftly discarded into the graveyard. And that means it can be special summoned. But you know what special summon means? It means it's time for the power of Max C. And Scar is looking to take over this one as they draw a card. Max C's already replaced itself. Oh my goodness. Is Max C the best card in Master Duel? I think it might be. We're going to see another special summon from Doggy, but you know what that means? That means it's going to be another card drawn for Scar. They get the Requiem, which is a menace, but the Requiem, what does it want to do, you might ask? It wants to special summon a Fiendsmith. What does special summoning a Fiendsmith do? It draws Scar a card, and Scar has drawn the fantastical dragon Phantomazy. Bam! 2,400 attack points onto the field. The Fiendsmith Engraver, special summoned. You know what that means? Max C draws a card for Scar. And Scar is taking over in what looked like a losing position, to me at least. They have flipped the script entirely. But it's not all over yet. It's not all over until the fat lady sings. And I haven't heard such a song as Doggy now is going to go ahead and get the Fiendsmith Engraver. 2 Fiendsmiths. But guess what? It's another card drawn for Scar. Playing into this Maxi is not ideal, but sometimes you just have to do what you've got to do. Really heads up play from Scar to get that Max C in the hand, and we do see the Fiendsmith Requiem coming down as an equip. Extra attack points for the Engraver. And you might imagine that both are going to be banished, and Doggy is going to then be banishing one of Scar's monsters, but it's going to be the concession, and Scar takes game 1 in what I thought looked to be a tricky position. They took their time, they found the plays, they found the lines, they slowed the game down at the right moment, they used all the time necessary to secure an epic victory in the top 4 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Challenger Cup. Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, I said it right. I said it right. But we are going to be going ahead into game number 2. It is going to be a fascinating one to watch. I'm excited to see how this is all going to go down. 1-0 is the score in the top 4. And you know what that means? That means the final is going to be soon upon us. The players have got left on the round a long time. But not that long. 27 minutes. So yeah, you've not got ages. There's not ages, that is for sure. So we're going to be getting started very, very soon. It looks like the other semi-final might be over already. It looks like it might be over already. We're going to jump in live with the action. It's 1-0 in favor of Scar. Scar will be going second. It's going to be Doggy with the Primite Lordy Load. Kicking things off. Will there be a response from Scar? It's going to go through. It's going to have Primite Roar. Not a card I've actually seen before. I'm familiar with the Primite engine of Blue Eyes. Let's go last night. I appreciate you, mate. Very awesome gameplay. Dippity has been selected. Dippity's been summoned. A cute little thing who lives in a glass bottle and is said to bring good luck to the one who makes contract with it. The lid must never be opened, no matter what. And in comes the Requiem. Not the first time, not the last time we'll see it today. It seems like one of the best cards in Master Duel right now. Certainly based off this Challenger Cup, it would be hard to argue against it. The Fantastical Dragon is going to be activated from hand. We saw this in the previous game, and it's going to happen yet again. History repeats itself, as that is summoned onto the board. 2,400 attack points. In comes Lacrima, the Crimson Tears, though. But the effect Veiler from Scar is going to negate that very powerful effect. 4 cards apiece now in hand, but Scar with the board advantage. Does Doggy have a way around this? They still, of course, have the Requiem in the graveyard, and that is what they're going to be gravitating towards as we see the equip. Are we then going to see that play where they banish both? Or send them to the graveyard, I should say. That is what's going to happen. In comes the Necroquip Princess. In comes Beryl. Is there going to be a response to Beryl? Of course, adding a Primite spell or trap. It's going to be the Drill Beam. That Necroquip Princess. We saw Doggy go for it in the previous, and it's come through yet again, but it's not sticking around for long because it's going to be the Link. The SP Little Knight enters the field. And that is a very, very powerful card indeed, as I'm sure you all know. It is a meta menace, and the ability is going to come through, targeting one card on the field or in either graveyard and banish it. That's what's going to happen. The SP Little Knight makes a splash as the Lordy Load is going to trigger its second ability. But the Ghost Ogre is in the hand for Scar, and that is going to destroy that card on the field, negating the Lordy Load entirely from its effect, but also preventing it doing more in the future. That was a big play by Scar, but it is now going to be back on over to Scar, who draws a card. 4 cards in hand for Scar, 3 for Doggy. There's a 2,000 life point lead right now for Scar. That's not the most important thing. The important thing is what is set for Doggy. What is in hand as the Requiem comes through, despite it being Scar's turn. Doggy continues to play monsters. The Fiendsmith Tract comes through, but the Requiem is going to respond onto that chain, resolving first. Special summoning a Fiendsmith monster. In defense mode, it's Lacrima, the Crimson Tears. Speaking of Lacrima, Scar's got one of their own. We're going to see a big play, seemingly, but first it's going to be the Crimson Tears responding, sending a card from the deck into the graveyard. It was that trap card. It's going to be the Crimson Tears in attack mode for Scar. Only 2 cards in hand now for Scar, 3 for Doggy, but don't forget about that set, trap, or spell card. Max C comes through, and that is a powerful tool. Every time Scar special summons, Doggy draws a card. So, if you're Scar, you have to ask yourself a question. Do I special summon And Scar says, yes, yes I do. And that means Doggy's going to draw. The Requiem enters the field. Scar, game one is 1-0 up in this round. I think 6. Top 4 match. The important thing is that the top 4 is the semi-final. But that's where Scar's going to stop. They did one special summon to give Doggy a card draw. But they decided that enough was enough. And they wanted to stop in their tracks and not provide any more card draw. But Doggy now with the Bethel. The Beryl. Not Ethel. The Ether Beryl. Hey, cool mans. Good to see you, mate. It's going to be the Bestial Magnum Hut in hand. That SP still on the board, and Beryl comes back. We've seen them before. We're going to see them again. Add a Primite or set a Primite spell or trap. We already saw the Drill Beam, but that Lordy Load is going to be the option selected. It makes sense as the previous was removed from the board. The Lordy Load is now going to add another Primite card to the hand. It's going to be another Beryl. Beryl's going to get an attack buff. It looks like Doggy is in control. Okay, they have less life points. But I think they're in a good position here. Bestial Magnum Hut. That Effect Veiler. Going to be banished, I believe, there. 2,500 attack points. That is a lot of attack points. I'll tell you that much. But Scar's still safe and sound with that nice cushion. 8,000 life points available. Doggy does have that one slight disadvantage being down at 2,000. But I suppose what you have to be careful about if your Doggy is playing into a board clear. Something like a nib. At what point do you start panicking? And I suppose the SP Little Knight might be providing them with that little bit of extra protection. It's going to be the Fiendsmith in Paradise being triggered from the graveyard. You can send a Fiendsmith monster from your deck or extra deck to the graveyard. That is what Scar decides to do. It's going to be the Desiree. That's going to be added back to the hand. The deck, rather, it seems. How long do we have left on the round? Because it might be going to game 3. It seems as though that could be the case, and it's been a long game 1, and the game 2 is also proving to be quite long. There is 20 minutes, actually 19 minutes left on the round. So time is of the essence, and that's a big moment as that SP Little Knight has been dealt with, and Scar is looking to flip the script here yet again. But Scar is not perhaps prepared for the Requiem of Doggy's own. It's the Requiem battle right now, but Requiem's both being tributed with their ability to special summon a Fiendsmith from the hand or deck. It's Fuelos comes through though as well onto the chain. This is a very powerful card with a quick effect, allowing you to draw cards whenever opponent special summons. Is it a Fuelos from both? I think it might have been. My goodness. What a battle we have on our hands here. Lacrimir the Crimson Tears comes through. Last card available for Scar. As the Fiendsmith comes through, but that's going to be 2 cards drawn. Was it double Fuelos actually from Scar? Oh my goodness. Double card draw. So Doggy is not going to want to do any more special summons this turn. That I can tell you for free. Drill Beam comes through, reveals a Primite card, and that is going to be a big moment as the Crimson Tears is going to be removed from the board. The effect negated as well. But the Drill Beam can be set yet again. What a card it is. You only need one. Requiem being triggered from the graveyard. Extra stats. It's a nice little equip. Battle phase time. Two direct attacks are possible 1,900 and 2,400. It's going to leave Scar down at 3,500. Damn it. 3,700. I was so close. So close, but so far. And Doggy very much in the lead. They have more cards in hand. They have bigger monsters on the board. They have spells set and possibly a trap set as well. We don't quite know what that is. But Scar, we've seen him do it once before. Or sorry, we've seen them do it once before. Can they do it again? Coming back where it seemed impossible. And a reminder, the round, about 17 minutes remaining on the round here. 16, in fact. As that SP Little Knight is back. Scar concedes. We go to game 3. Perhaps knowing that time is of the essence and that SP Knight sealed the deal. But we go to game 3 in this semi-final. And then we will be hopping into the final shortly thereafter of this Yu-Gi-Oh! Challenger Cup. What a day it's been of Yu-Gi-Oh! Action. 4.5 hours of non-stop duels. It's been an honor to bring you this event. And a big thank you to Konami for sponsoring the stream. Much appreciated. I hope I did you guys justice. I only started playing a week ago, but I've done my best to bring you the best broadcast that I can. I do love broadcasting card games. It's something that's a big passion of mine, and it's been an absolute honor to do Yu-Gi-Oh! For the very first time, and hopefully not the last. Here we go. Game number 3 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Challenger Cup. Master Duel Challenger Cup. It's going to be Doggy versus Scar. 1-1. And Scar's going to kick things off. It's Sage with Eyes of Blue. Will there be a response to this play? No. It's going to be the Maiden into the hand. Maiden comes into the hand. And the Spirit with Eyes of Blue is going to be linked in. The Malseum of White is going to be available now. The Field Spell in hand. This is the one deck I've played, this Blue Eyes White Dragon deck. It's going to be the Malseum of White, the Field Spell activated. You can discard a card from your deck, a normal card with no ability, such as the Blue Eyes White Dragon, and then buff a card on your side of the board by its level. So Blue Eyes is going to be the option selected. I'm certain of that much. Hasn't been triggered yet. It's the Sage for now. Summoned. Maiden. Perhaps added into hand. This could be the Effect Veiler. This was, of course, the second Sage played. The other one was linked with the Spirit. And now we're going to see the Malseum of White effecting those extra stats to the Spirit. We're going to see the Maiden discarded from hand to set, or actually, it's not set as yet, place the True Light face up, ready to go. When are we going to see the Spirit with Eyes of Blue tributed? It's going to be now, and that Blue Eyes White Dragon is going to come through, but the Max C now comes through from Doggy, and now every single time a card is special summoned, if your name is Scar, Doggy will draw a card. But no! Because of its Ash Blossom negating the power of Maxi. It's a Maxi and Ash Blossom meta, and we are living in it right now in this semi-final. Blue Eyes White Dragon comes in defense mode for Scar. That Sage with Eyes of Blue still available, as well as is the Maiden of White. What option is Scar going to go for? You would imagine it's going to be the Spirit Dragon for that negate effect. Is that going to be the case? It absolutely is not. Oh my goodness, it's not. What is that thing? I've never seen that before. If this card is Synchro Summon, you can draw cards equal to the number of non-tuners used for the Synchro Summon. It's the Ravenous Croco Dragon. I've never seen that one before, everybody. But it's not going to last that much longer, because it is going to be time for the Bounding de Fleur. I've not seen this one either. And now the True Light is going to be activated, but now the Ghost Ogre is going to say nope. And it's going to be destroyed. Oh my goodness. Negate. Negate comes through from the Baron de Fleur. Fascinating to see the way that Scar is maneuvering their way through this one. They're trying to prevent Doggy from disrupting them, and they've done a very good job so far. And this could be the all-important game as the Majesty of the White Dragons is set. That is public knowledge. Doggy knows it's there, but whatever was set there and whatever was set there is not known. Scar with 1 card left in hand. Doggy with 3, and it's back on over to Doggy for the first time in this game 3, this all-important game 3. Doggy enters the standby phase. Doggy enters the main phase. And the Primite Dragon Ether Beryl enters the field. It's the battle of the Primites in this semi. Doggy versus Scar. I believe they're also teammates, actually. I've just realized that. T2. We are going to see the impermanence negate the effect of Beryl. So Beryl will not be doing much. But she is still a dragon, and that can be important. And of course, the Bystral Drew Swarm is ready to come through here as well. Banishing that Maiden. Very powerful, and being special summoned with those 2,500 attack points. But that is no match for the Baron de Fleur, who has those 3,000 attack points. Doggy, still with 2 cards in hand. Is now time to link the Moon of the Closed Heaven. And the Baron de Fleur has been dealt with. But here comes the Majesty of the White Dragon. Can show a Blue Eyes White Dragon and banish a card. That's exactly what happens. Actually, not banish, destroy. My mistake there with my terminology. Fiendsmith Engraver is going to be sent to the graveyard. That's going to allow them to add a spell or trap to hand. But it has to be a Fiendsmith one. Well, Fiendsmith Track's going to be good. And I know what's coming next. They're going to use the Fiendsmith Track. They're going to find the little fella. They're going to discard the little fella. And the little fella's going to summon itself. But no! I was wrong, because the Purge has other ideas. And that is going to negate the effect entirely. But it does mean that Dark, Water, and Fire monsters cannot have effects for the rest of the duel. That means no more Ash Blossom for Scar. And that could be important. But surely worth it with that True Light on the board. That True Light could start taking over the game. But the Fiendsmith Engraver is special summoned first. The Fiendsmith Engraver is now going to be tributed for the the Requiem. That was the word I was looking for. That was the card I had, but I had a different name in my head. I had a feeling it had to be the Requiem. It had been too long for us not to see the Requiem. 1 card in hand for each player, but that True Light could be the difference maker in this position for Scar. Can Doggy find a good time to deal with it? Well, the True Light can be activated in the opponent's turn because it's a trap card, and that is a very powerful option because it's Blue Eyes White Dragon, and it enters in attack mode. Lacrima the Crimson Tears also enters in attack mode. And it's going to trigger the effect to send 1 Fiendsmith to the deck or graveyard. From the deck to the graveyard. My apologies there. Reading, as it turns out, is hard. Doggy versus Scar. How long's left on the round? Not long is the answer to that. Between 7 to 8 minutes, somewhere in that mark. Less than 8 minutes remain to finish off this game number 3. Will it be Doggy? Will it be Scar proceeding into the finals? That is the question. It's going to be the Crimson Tears. Triggering Doggy, using this opportunity to slow down the game. This is something we saw Scar do in the last. Just, if you're in a tricky position, find the line. What is your win condition? Don't play to lose. Play, okay, How can I win from here? And they decide it's with the Super Star Slayer. Once during per turn, you can detach a material from this to return one monster to hand. But no, the effect Veiler comes through from Scar. The last card in hand. And that might seal the deal. The powerful effect Veiler denies Doggy's masterful plan. And the blue-eyes white dragon is staring Doggy down the barrel. But here we go. Scar draws a card, and perhaps all they need is this one exact card to put on a brilliant finishing performance. What did they draw? Is it what they wanted? Don't forget that Ash Blossom. Fire cards, for example, aren't going to have effects because of that earlier play by Scar. It's going to be a very good top deck because it's the Primite Dragon Ether Beryl, and that is going to kickstart a whole slew of combos. The Requiem is going to be tributed to add a Fiendsmith monster from your hand or deck onto the board as a special summon. It's going to be the Crim of the Crimson Tears. Primite Lordy Load is going to be added from Beryl, and that's the power of Beryl. But Doggy going to use the ability of the Crimson Tears. See that trap card going into the graveyard from the deck. Here comes the Lordy Load, though. What is that last card in hand for Doggy? That could be all important. The Lordy Load adds in the Drill Beam to hand. This Beryl was just an amazing find off the top, and the True Light is still available. They're going to set the Wishes for Eyes of Blue. The Wishes for Eyes of Blue is going to discard that one card in hand and add a level 1 tuner and a Blue Eyes White Dragon card to hand. It's going to be the Roar of the Blue-Eyed Dragon, of course it's going to be, and it's of course going to be the Sage of Eyes of Blue. The Sage of Eyes of Blue can still be summoned because of that field spell. And suddenly we are seeing the combo, the power of the Primite engine. So many good top decks there, but Scar believed in the heart of the cards, and they drew perhaps the best top deck of them all. But it was all about that effect Veiler from Scar. But let's not forget, if that True Light is banished somehow, all of Scar's monsters will be dealt with. Blue Eyes White Dragon comes in for Scar. But now the Fiendsmith in Paradise ability is going to be activated from the graveyard. And in comes Disarray. What will be targeted? It is the True Light. Oh my goodness. Doggy, take a bow. The True Light was banished out of seemingly nowhere, and both Blue Eyes were gone. But Doggy is not winning just yet because Scar has a plan. Wishes for Eyes of Blue gets in this Blue Eyes White Dragon in defense mode. They are then going to attach the Fusion Monster. When this Fusion Monster is in the graveyard, it's also got a negate effect. They are going to be summoning in the Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon, my favorite card. This is able to deal 2 attacks to clean up Doggy's monsters. And just for good measure, you can set a trap in your graveyard. It's going to be the Majesty for Eyes of Blue. What a play by Scar. Honestly, what a play by both players. I am thoroughly impressed and enjoying this very high level Yu-Gi-Oh! But Blue Eyes White Dragon is also going to be summoned by the Lordy Load. Just for good measure in defense mode, of course. Doggy needs a miracle. What do they have in hand? The board is fully in favor of Scar. Can Doggy stop them? How long's left on the clock? Barely a few minutes on the clock available here. Are we going to see the trap card activated now by Scar? They need to wrap this one up quickly. There's less than 3 minutes on the timer. It's turning into a nail biter because time is potentially the great enemy here for Scar. They will activate the Drill Beam immediately, and that Lordy Load will be removed. 1 card for Doggy. What is it going to be? And what is that last set card? It's the Majesty trap card, I think. for Scar, and I think it's public knowledge. I think Doggy knows exactly what it is, but can they play around it? Here comes the Engraver. Here comes the Tribute. Is it going to be the Requiem like we're used to seeing? It certainly is. Okay, I was getting ready to say not. I thought I might be wrong, but we're getting somewhere. In comes... It's the Ether Dragon as well for Doggy, but I have a feeling there's a trap card waiting for it on Scar's side of the board. Am I right for once? Let us see. Scar, are you going to respond, mate? That's the all-important question. No response. No response from Scar. Maybe I'm wrong about the trap card. I don't think I am, though. I don't think I am. Maybe they're just waiting for a better moment to go for it. It's going to be a tribute summon for Doggy, the Requiem, and the Beryl. And it's going to be SP Little Knight trying to be the last opportunity here for Doggy to claw their way back into it. But now's the moment for the Majesty of the White Dragons. Scar perfectly times it. The SP is going to be dealt with. And of course, the Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon is unaffected by trap cards or effects. And the negation from the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon Neo. Absolutely outstanding stuff. Doggy has only a single set card remaining, but sometimes that's all you need. But it's not going to be enough. Wait, what just happened? I thought that was a concession. Forgive me. There was no concession. Doggy has nothing on their side of the board, and there's two Blue Eyes White Dragons staring him down. One is a Tyrant, one is not. But Beryl is going to come back into hand and add to the fun. 6,400 attack points. That is going to be another 1,600, and that's going to be exactly enough, I believe, to seal the deal. 3,400 add 1,600 is indeed exactly enough. And it with Doggy with no cards on their side of the board, it looks like Scar is now free to attack the life points of Doggy directly. Blue Eyes White Dragon. All right, we're going to do this first. This is just a little bit of BM at this point, Scar. Scar's wanted to rub it in their teammates' face that they have come out victorious, and they finish the deal with the Primate Beryl. What a game. What a show. And that was the top four, the semi-final. And we now go into the grand final. It will be T2 Scar looking to seal the deal. We are going to go on a very, very short break, but don't go anywhere because the final is up next. Here we go. It is time for the final. We are jumping in right at the start of the action so we don't miss a single beat. Thank you everyone for joining us. My name's Speci. It's my first time casting Yu-Gi-Oh! I started playing a week ago, and this is the final of the Master Duel Challenger Cup. This is a sponsored stream, so thank you very much to Konami for having me. It is Coolman versus Scar. I don't believe we've actually managed to see Coolman on stream so far today. They've avoided us, so it will be interesting to see what they've got up their sleeve. But T2 Scar has been the star of the show so far with some incredible performances. It is going to be a best of 3 45-minute round, just like it's been throughout the rest of the tournament. Nothing changes there. Both players start, of course, with 5 cards in hand and 8,000 life points. Nothing changes there either. We are going to see the Ghost Ogre kicking things off. Not the most ideal opener for Scar, I'm sure, but they're making it work. And it's going to be a link. It's going to be the Salaman Great. It's a card I've never seen before. And then it's the Bestial Magnum Hut as well. 2,500 attack points. Coolman is not going to like the look of that, I am sure. It's going to be tributed, though, for the Bestial Lubellin in defense mode. 3,000 defense points. You can place 1 branded card. It's going to be that branded regain for Scar. And now, what seems like it must be a big moment in this game. A big play on turn 1 for Scar. The Link Moon of the Closed Heaven. It's been a very popular card today, but it's not going to stick around for long because it's everybody's most played card today, perhaps outside of Ash Blossom. Speaking of Ash Blossom, denied. The Requiem has had its effect denied. What a start Coolman's got off to. Just been sat there waiting patiently, but suddenly Scar with not a single monster on the board, and that is the power of that Ash Blossom. Very well timed by Coolman, just denying the ability there of the Requiem. But before the turn ends, Scar is going to be able to add that Bull Drake into hand, and it is now Coolman's opportunity to draw. Coolman will draw up to 5 cards. Of course, that Ash Blossom was played. It's going to be the Mansion of the Dreadful, which is a field spell. Going to be adding a Gimmick Puppet monster from deck to hand. Of course, each player still with a full tact of 8,000 life points, but 4 cards in hand apiece now. 1 Ash already down for Coolman. What does Scar have up their sleeve here during their opponent's turn as some potential responses? Didn't set any spells or traps, but of course there are the opportunity of cards like Ash for their own. It's going to be the Gimmick Puppet Scissor Arms. This is the first time I'm seeing the deck that Coolman's playing here, but it's going to be sending a Gimmick Puppet monster from the deck to the graveyard. Does Scar have, firstly, an opportunity to negate that? And do they even want to? That's the big question. We've seen Scar masterfully time the Ash Blossoms and the Effect Veilers and these kinds of cards. But when they decide to do that will be key. If they can do it even at all, we shall find out. We certainly will. It's going to be going through, sending a Gimmick Puppet monster to the graveyard from the deck, thinning the deck, and more importantly, populating that graveyard. The graveyard in Yu-Gi-Oh! Such a powerful area where you can often do all sorts of shenanigans and get cards from your graveyard onto the field. It's going to be the Gimmick Puppet Bisque Doll being banished. And now the Gimmick Monsters of Coolman cannot be targeted by card effects, but the branded Regained is going to come through and place it on the bottom of the deck instead, which I assume negates the initial effect as well. Ash Blossom time! Scar negates the effect of the Gimmick Puppet Rogue in hand, but then the response is called by the Grave, and that's going to remove the Ash Blossom, denying her from the counter effect. It really is the counter of the counter there. So the initial play is going to go through after all, as the Ash Blossom was negated, and in comes the puppet. In comes the puppet, and Coolman seems to be taking control of this game number 1 of the final here in this best of 3. 3 monsters down on the board. The field spell also available for Coolman. 2 cards in hand. Scar 1 Ash Blossom down, but there might be more where that came from. You never quite know. The Gimmick Puppet deck of Coolman putting on a show so far, and it's going to be the Gimmick Puppet Fantastics Machine X. We're going to be seeing some combos now from Coolman, who's managed to take control of the game here. Putting off some really interesting Gimmick Puppet combos, teaching me a thing or two. This is not a deck I've ever encountered in Master Duel. But Coolman is showing why it is not one to underestimate. And Scar is waiting patiently for the right moment, perhaps to strike with a hand trap. The Gimmick Puppet, 1,500 attack, 3,100 defense, but in comes the spell, the rank up magic Argent Chaos Force. They're going to target a rank 5 exceeds monster. That's exactly what they're going to do. And what's going to come out as a result? It's the Sea Seeds? Is that how you'd say it? The Sea Seeds Gimmick Puppet Fantax Machinix. It's basically the last guy, but it's got a C in front, so it must be better. The Service Puppet play. The Trap card in the hand for Coolman. It must be better, guys. It's got a C now. I'm sure it is better. Coolman just taking a moment to pause and consider their next play. Have to be a little bit concerned about something like a Nib as well. Let's not forget Nibiru, the Primal Being, is something we have seen put on a show in today's tournament. Scar still with those 4 cards in hand. You have to imagine there's something in there which could be a response, but they're just waiting patiently for the right moment. And for Coolman, it's all about that balancing act. When are you overcommitting to the board? How concerned are you? What negate effects can you get? And it's some very high-level Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel action that we're seeing, that's for sure. Well above my level of skill, but I am very much enjoying to watch it. Frankly, it doesn't take much to be above my level of skill. Field spells make monsters unaffected. Thank you very much last night for the heads up there. That makes a lot of sense, yeah. So not even the threat of Nib. But Coolman is now going to be staring down this Bestial Magnum Hut. Only 2,000 defense points though, so it can be removed pretty comfortably. Coolman continues to combo off in seemingly a never-ending sequence as number 40. It feels like their 40th play, and it's number 40 to celebrate the Gimmick Puppet of Strings. 2 exceeds characters now. Sorry, 2 exceeds monsters now for Coolman on the board with 6,100 attack points between them. Scar is still safe, but for how much longer? That remains to be seen. They have a little bit of protection with the defense mode monster, but is it sticking around? It seems as though it might not be. So we're going to see the spell come through. The rank up magic agent Chaos Force number 40. How about number 41 or the number C15? My mistake there. Number C15 comes through, and it's going to be the Bestial Baldrake response from Scar. The resolve comes through. First in, last out, so the Wardrake's going to resolve first. It's going to be summoned, but then it's going to be the ability of the Exceeds card. And that's going to start the chain. All over again. Oh! 1,250 dealt to the life points and the monster banish. Now we're going to see some Exceeds ability. Nice bestial magnum hut you got there. It would be a shame if I had to remove it, says Cool Man. Oh, it's Nibiru! Nibiru comes through. Nibiru's been there all along, and it's the classic case of Scar just waiting for the opportunity to strike. Nibiru comes through, but it's going to be only sacrificing their own, as mentioned, because of the field spell protection of the gimmick puppet. Cool Man saw the nib coming a mile off. The nib did, you know, it still comes down, it does a thing, but the puppet fiends are well and truly, absolutely, unequivocally popping off in this final. Cool Man is dominating, and Scar has their back against the wall. Just 2 cards in hand. Cool Man has 4, and Cool Man has 5 monsters ready on the board to go. Very, very heads up decision for Cool Man to be playing the gimmick puppets here, making it difficult for the Nibiru. We've seen Scar really, really rely on this card. Nibiru is the card that I utilized in my tournament last week to win my 1 game. I mean, I went 0-3, but in round 3, it was a 1-2, thanks to Nibiru plus Change of Heart Wombo combo. That was really fun. But back to the final, which is all the more important. It's number 15, the gimmick puppet. Giant Grinder. Oh my goodness, that is terrifying. That is absolutely terrifying. Not just to look at, but for Scar to have to try and contend with the endless combo of Cool Man as they stare on somewhat helplessly. Number 40 gimmick, though, is on the side of Scar now. It's all kicking off. It wasn't there for long. How about 3,000 life points lost? Oh my goodness. Can Cool Man seal the deal in this very turn as the number 15 is now number C40 gimmick puppet? 81.5% win rate when it appears, and you're about to see why. Oh my goodness, that's more life points dealt directly to Scar. Can Cool Man seal the deal here with their cards? I believe the answer might be yes! Okay, I didn't do it yet, but direct attack seals the deal from Cool Man. What a performance, and Scar is left scratching their head. What went wrong? Wow. Cool Man is 1-0 up in this final and is 1 game away from being your champion of this Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Challenger Cup. We started with 128 duelists. We have just 2 remaining, and Scar has their back right up against the wall, because if they lose, they have fell short. So close, but short. Of course, every player wants to win, but only one can do it, and Cool Man is within touching distance now, just 1 game away from a legendary Challenger Cup victory. What an achievement that is for any duelist to win a 128 player cup. Thanks again to Konami for having me on this sponsored stream. I do hope you've enjoyed the action. It's been a lot of fun. And we're getting ready to start the finals. Game number 2. We're just making sure that the lobby is all good and we've got no issues. Cool Man ready and waiting. Cool Man versus Scar. What decks will we see? What combos, what plays will the players decide to go for? What is going to be in the opening hands? I got so many questions. And no answers, unfortunately. Not a single one. Looks like we might be switching to table 2. Slight issue here. Or table 3. Don't mind if I do. Just a few technical issues, but I'm sure everything will be back underway soon enough. You're not missing any action. I'll try table 2. Big shout out to all the people behind the scenes making this tournament happen. Lots of work has got into bringing you this event. I'm just the not so pretty face broadcasting it, but loads of people working behind the scenes as we're ready. Big shout, of course, to all the players as well for entertaining us with their Yu-Gi-Oh! Skills. Here we go. Game 2 of the final. It's Cool Man. It's Scar. Scar decided to go first, and they start off with Beryl, the Ether Primite Dragon. I said all the words almost exactly backwards, because why not? And it's going to be adding the Drill Beam to hand, not the Lordy Load, which is a little bit of a curious decision here from Scar. I didn't expect that. Perhaps they have a Lordy Load in hand, but Beryl is going to be tributed for the link. It's going to be the Spirit with Eyes of Blue, and it's going to be, of course, that Malseum of White, the field spell. Now, no sign of a Maiden just yet for Scar, but the Blue Eyes has been added into the discard thanks to Malseum effect. Here comes the Primite Lordy Load. Is there a response from Coolman? Not yet. Beryl added to hand. No Maiden as of yet, though, for Scar. Are we going to see it be activated from hand? Because it would be slightly disastrous not to have access to it. And we're seeing the Blue Eyes come in now, which might suggest no Maiden. Scar, of course, able to special summon a second time thanks to that field spell. Are they going to be able to utilize that? Well, it looks like it's going to be the Lordy Load second ability coming through, and this is not the main line for Scar. So not off to the best start here, Scar, but they're making it work. No sign of True Light, but they have 2 Blue Eyes White Dragons on turn 1, so it could be worse, couldn't it, really? But it's certainly not the main line. Not one I've seen, but maybe Scar has a trick up their sleeve. Is it going to be the Seal? And that's all from Scar. Goes for the Seal. It's a very defensive opening turn from Scar. No sign of True Light. What are we going to see on the other side? It's still the puppets. The Condolence puppet for Coolman. Sends a gimmick puppet. From the deck to the graveyard. Here comes the Drill Beam. Scar, 10 steps ahead, is going to be activating the Drill Beam. See you later, alligator. No Condolence puppet for you. Unless Coolman has a response, and they don't. But only 3 cards in hand for Scar. Do they have Ash Blossoms? Do they have other options? Of course, the Seals is a nice defensive play. The gimmick puppet Scissors Arms comes through. Will there be a response from Scar? Not at this moment in time. If Coolman wins this, the tournament is over. Gimmick puppet Terra Baby has been banished from the graveyard. Maxi comes through. One of the best cards, if not the best, in Master Duel, and there was no response. So every time Coolman special summons here, Scar's going to draw a card. And I don't know if you knew this, guys, but drawing cards is good. Just what I've been told. You don't have to take my word for it, but allegedly drawing cards is pretty good. It's very good. The gimmick puppets now being special summoned, though, meaning 1 card drawn for Scar. 3 cards apiece in hand. 8,000 life points available. The Seals is all that stands in Coleman's way of dealing direct damage to life points, though. And obviously you can just go straight into it, but it's a nice defensive option, the Seals. It's honestly the main card I didn't get to grips with when to use in this Blue Eyes Primite deck. Like, it's quite a high level card. At least it's higher level than what I am, which isn't saying much, admittedly, but there we are. Of course, Coolman has to be very careful about that nib. We've seen Scar utilize it a lot. As soon as you special summon 5 cards, that 6th one could be a disastrous play. Triple Tactics Talent. What a card is. What a card that is. Draw 2. Take control of 1 monster your opponent controls. Oh my god, the seals is going over into favor of Cool Man. And it's being tributed immediately, though, by Scar to deny that. But Cool Man might want to... Scar might want to have held onto those seals for longer. And Cool Man is just forcing it out now. I love the gameplay from Cool Man, really showing us how it is done. Max C from Cool Man. So if Scar does any special summons of their own, Cool Man will draw. Wow. There's a special summon. There's a draw for Cool Man. It's the battle of the Max Cs right now. And it's going to be another special summon, though, for Cool Man. But you know what that means? That means it's going to be another card drawn for Scar. We're going to see the Gimmick Puppet Chimera Doll come in for Cool Man. At what point do you stop special summoning? That's going to be the big question. Do you just play into this indefinitely? Or do you have to find the line to stop special summoning? That's going to be another special summon for Cool Man. Not too concerned about the card draw that Maxi's providing for Scar, but instead wanting to develop the board, wanting to assert some dominance in Game 2. Cool Man is within touching distance here of this Challenger Cup victory. The pressure is very much on for both players. It is high stakes. More special summons, more cards drawn for Scar. Cool Man is looking to really turn up the heat in this one and seal the deal as quickly as possible. The Gimmick Puppet, Gigantostole, another card drawn for Scar. But they're not done yet, because the Bystal Magna Hunt goes over and has a change of heart to the other side. Figuratively, there was no change of heart actually played, but there we are. More tributes are happening. More cards are being drawn by Scar. Cool Man with a big tribute play. It's going to be the Gimmick Puppet Fantastic Machinix. We saw it in the last game, and we're seeing it again. Is Cool Man trying to seal the deal in this very turn, as they now have the spell in hand, and they're going to try and turn this Machinix into a C Machinix, or something like this, if memory serves me correctly. In comes the rank up Magic Argent. It's going to be the effect now. Is it going to be what we talked about? It certainly says it's the C Seeds Gimmick Puppet. And look at the cards in hand for Scar. But sometimes you can have all the cards in hand in the world. I told you the drawing cards is good. But do you know what else is good? Attacking life points directly. And that is a lot of attacking potential there. Over 5,000 in total. In fact, over 6,000. Maxi's going to draw a card, though. We do have now Scar has that Gimmick Puppet on their side of the board, but don't get used to it, Scar. I fear. Surely at this point, though, Scar's going to have some negates in hand, some hand traps around, but the Gimmick Puppets just don't tend to care about that. That is part of the power of the Gimmick Puppets, I do believe. Cool Man. Still their turn. Here comes the abilities, the resolution of the chain. It is going to be, of course, the Gimmick Puppet Fantix Machinix entering the field in defense mode. And the spell back to hand. Maxi draws Scar. Yet another card. How many cards in deck? 13 still remain. I don't think this is an infinite loop kind of strategy. I think that Cool Man is just looking to seal the deal here and just finish Scar off by sheer brute force. Here we go. We've seen it last game. We're going to see it again. It's C40, the Gimmick Puppet. Battle phase, 3,300. Another one. Is this the game? Can Scar stop this? Didn't actually finish the job, but in the end phase, is there going to be an effect which seals the deal for a Cool Man? Oh my goodness, I thought it was all over, but here we are, continuing on a little bit longer. Is this Coolman just playing with their prey here? Scar has too many cards in hand to even count. It's off the screen. It's absolutely absurd. But Coolman here, I think, had an opportunity to finish the game, but is just messing with their opponent, perhaps. Maybe I'm missing something. I'm probably missing something, but I thought it was going to be all over, but it's not all over. Not just yet. The Primarch Ether Dragon is going to activate the effect from the discard. Main phase 1. 1,600 life points for Scar, but so many cards in their hand. So many cards in hand. Not sure what's happening. Scar has so many cards in hand. That means there's so many options, but they're going to go for Wishes for Eyes of Blue. They can discard a card and add a level 1 Light Tuner and a spell. Just in case they didn't already have enough cards, they want another one. Ash Blossom says no. I think Coolman is just toying with their prey at this moment in time. That's how it seems to me. Really wanting to show the power of their gimmick puppets on the main stage here. As in comes the Sage with Eyes of Blue. Does Coolman have a way of stopping that now? That would just be brutal. No response from Coolman. The Maiden's added to Scar's very large hand. The Maiden's going to be discarded. And of course, it can appear back from the discard down the line. Scar has a mountain to climb, but if anyone can do it, it's them. They have enough cards available, but with so many cards available, so many choices as well. Coolman. 2 cards in hand, 1 card set, 4 monsters on the board. True Light, of course, on the board now for Scar, thanks to that Maiden play. And we are going to be seeing a Link. It's probably going to be the Spirit with Eyes of Blue. It surely is. And it certainly is. Coolman. No response from that. Of course, Spirit of Eyes of Blue can be tributed to summon a Blue Eyes White Dragon. Still has that True Light, still has that Primarch Lordy Load on the board and an abundance of cards in hand. We are going to see the Blue Eyes White Dragon be special summoned thanks to that Spirit of Eyes of Blue. That's going to be a nice start here for Coolman. Perhaps if they can string together the fusion monster, they can start dealing with all of Coolman's monsters in a single set of swoops. The Maiden was in the discard and it's going to be summoned now onto the board. Actually in attack mode, which might be a sign it's not going to be around here for long. As Scar, of course, can summon more cards from their extra deck. The Primarch Lordy Load is going to be activated. Blue Eyes White Dragon in defense position. Wishes for Eyes of Blue. It is going to be perhaps that little combo we talked about with some fusion plays, equipping a fusion monster to Blue Eyes White Dragon. This could be a huge moment. What does Coolman have up their sleeve? I'm starting to get a bit worried about their strategy here. This is the exact line I was anticipating. It's the Tyrant Dragon, and this can attack multiple monsters every turn. And suddenly Scar seems to be in a solid little spot here. They don't have many life points left, but all you need is 1 life point and you're still in the game. Here comes another Lordy Load. Another one. It's going to be Beryl added into hand. Battle phase. Let's see, does Coolman have anything up their sleeve? As the Tyrant Dragon gets ready to attack. And of course they can attack multiple monsters. There's one. There's two. There's three. And there is... Oh. Well, it's going to be added to hand. The puppet fiend-ish knight. There is four. Wow. What a turn of events. Coolman is now going to be taking a Blue Eyes White Dragon straight to the face. 500 life points remain. Can you believe it? It looked like it was Coolman's game. But no, Scar has well and truly flipped the script. Blue Eyes, White Dragon, direct attack. Oh my goodness, we're going to game 3. I can't believe it. I absolutely can't believe it. I thought it was over, but I was so wrong. We're going to game 3, everybody. The deciding game. Whoever wins this will be the champion of the Challenger Cup. I almost called that game early because I thought it was over. Really curious as to what stopped that extra little attack there. I'm sure there must have been a reason. But a incredible performance from Scar, flipping the script. We've seen them do it time and time again, just turning these losing positions into wins. That is how they have got this far in this tournament, and they're going to look to continue to do some serious work in this. It wouldn't be a final if it wasn't a game 3. That's what we're here for. Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Challenger Cup. Let's do it. The final game of the day. Coolman, Scar. It's going to be one to remember. That I'm sure of. As soon as the players are ready, we will be jumping in and seeing what's what. I really thought Coolman had it. I really did. Here we go. We're ready. The players are ready. I'm ready. The question is, are you ready? Let's go. Game 3 at the final. Little board change from both players. Scar's going to be going first. And it's going to be the Fiendsmith's Tract kicking things off for Scar, signifying a change of strategy here. It's going to be the Crim of the Crimson. Tears. The Fiendsmith deck for Scar for Coolman. Will it be more of the same and more of the puppets? We'll have to wait and see. We've seen it a few times today. It's the Fiendsmith Requiem. A great start for Scar, no doubt about that. And nothing really disruptive so far from Coolman, but that might change quite soon. The Engraver comes through. It's going to come in defense mode, perhaps fearing a lightning bolt, lightning strike. In comes the Requiem as an equip card. 3 cards in hand for Scar. Coolman with all 5 still in the grip, but here we go. More tributes for Scar, and in comes the Necroquip Princess. We've seen them do it before, and we see them do it again, as the Bestial Lullaban is then sent to the graveyard from hand. Only 2 cards now in hand for Scar, but of course they draw 1 to replace it. It's the Magnum Hut. Here we go with the Necroquip Princess. Drawing 1 card. That card draw engine can be so devastating the longer the game goes on. And Coolman is just waiting patiently. Hasn't done a single thing yet. Hasn't responded to any of Scar's plays. But surely that is not going to last. It might, of course. But you would imagine they're just waiting for the right moment. And there it is! The Dominus Impulse comes through. But that means that the effects of light, earth, and wind monsters for the rest of the duel will not be available for Coolman. So that's something to keep note of. That means no Ash Blossom, I do believe. No Ash Blossom for Coolman. Not ideal, is it? So I think it's a good start here for Scar as the Bestial Magnum Hut comes through. But not for long. It's going to be tributed. And in comes the Bestial Libella. And that card, which was discarded from hand previously, is now on the field. And so is the Branded Regained. This is still turn 1 for Scar. Coolman did have that one little response. 4 cards left in hand there as a result. But it's another tribute for Scar. They got the card draw. And then the Necrocrypt Princess is going to be linked. And it's going to be Moon of the Closed Heaven. And, of course, that's going to trigger the Phoenix Tract. Banishing it. Oh, my goodness. I feel like Scar is absolutely popping off as the Fiendsmith Lacrima comes through. And they're not done yet, as the Fiendsmith Engraver is going to also enter the field, both in attack position, though, worth noting. Does Lightning Strike here? That could be quite impactful, perhaps. We saw it in the very first round of the day, a big lightning play. Removing all those attack mode monsters. Well, will Lightning Strike twice? Let's wait and see. Scar. With still those 2 cards in hand. But the 2 cards on board are not going to be sticking around for much longer. It's going to be the Fiendsmith sequence now. What a combo this is. 1,200 life points dealt to Coolman. So Scar now in the lead in terms of life points as well. I say as well. Coolman has more cards in hand. Still going to have a big opportunity to respond. But Scar has done all kinds of combos on this first turn. Hey Bruno, great to see you. Coolman with 6,800 life points still remaining. Hasn't done too much in terms of disruption on this first turn. We did see that Dominus Impulse, of course, but that's it thus far. Scar is considering their options. This, for Scar, feels like a pivotal moment. What will they do? Do they play around Nib? Do they keep special summoning? These are all questions they need to be asking themselves at all times. And the answer? I have no idea. But Scar will surely find the right line, as they have done so throughout today's tournament. 128 duelists down to the last 2. And the whole thing comes down to this very match. This is game 3 of the final. Click. Click. Uh-oh. Seems as though we might have a connection issue. I'm tagging someone to see if there's anything we can do about it. My apologies, guys. Please bear with us here. Unfortunate timing, that's for sure. Truly unfortunate timing. Sometimes I must restart the replay. This is very unfortunate timing. I'm not going to lie. I am closing and reopening my application. Bear with me here, everybody. Apologies for the delay, but we can jump on back with the replay where we were. So we shouldn't miss any of the action, I think. I hope. Apologies here for the delay. Uh-oh. That's not ideal. Apologies, guys. Please bear with us. Let's go, Bruno. Oh, what a shame. Keep you posted. Oh! Oh! Whoa, and breathe, everybody. In-room replay. Think I might have seen the result, but we are not going to spoil it. It's nice we can do this, isn't it? So we need to fast forward. Because we saw the start of it already. We saw all this. We also saw this. Where do we actually get up to? We saw the sequence, and I think that's where we lagged out, right? Yeah, we saw that. Don't know that we got that far. Fiend Smith's Adgun Day. Apologies there for the technical difficulties, but we're back in the mixer, and we've now got the Fiend Smith. Oh my goodness, what the is that? That is absurd. That is a lot of stats. Your rank 4 XZ locks you into... Oh, okay. Thanks, cool, man. Yeah, I knew there was something. I really thought you had it, mate. I really thought you had it. But alas, makes sense. I knew there had to be something. But Coolman's hand here does not look too appealing. Doesn't look too impressive. And there's a big monster on the side of the board for Scar. It has had its attack lowered slightly. And Ash Blossom's going to come through. But Coolman seems to have their back against the wall a bit. The Ash Blossom also in the hand for Scar. for some disruption of their own, and it's going to be utilized right about now. Ash Blossom denying the gimmick puppet. And it's now the time for Scar to draw a card. And is this going to be the last turn of the Challenger Cup here? We're going to see the equip. That's 7,000 as we go straight in with one swoop. Scar is your Challenger Cup champion. GG to all of the duelists. Commiserations to Coolman, who was inches away. But T2 Scar is the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Challenger Cup champion for today. A huge thank you to everyone working behind the scenes to make this tournament happen. An incredible team that put this together that were an absolute pleasure to work with, making things incredibly easy for me. Thank you to all the duelists. Thank you to the viewers. And a big thank you to Konami for having me on. I hope I did you all justice and you enjoyed the stream. It was a sponsored stream, so thanks Konami again for the sponsored stream. I've been Joe, Curly, or Speci. I hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you again very soon. Cheers, guys.